In a world of watchful eyes, freedom is forged in the shadows. In Riga, builders gather to reclaim privacy and sovereignty. This is Bitcoin++ Privacy Edition. Join us at the frontier, August 7th to 8th, 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Bitcoin++, the frontier of Bitcoin. I'm Walton, the MC, and it's with a great honor that I am able to introduce the founder and organizer of Bitcoin++. This is our 10th Bitcoin++. It's quite an achievement in such a short time, only 3 years. The 10th edition here in Riga, Latvia. Bitcoin++ Privacy Edition. Please give a very warm welcome to Nifty.
Thanks, Walton. Hey, everyone. Good morning. Thanks for joining us. I know it's an early morning. I don't know about all of you, but I'm still waking up. But yeah, we're here today to talk about privacy. I'm going to do a quick intro because we're running a little bit late. But yeah, as Walton mentioned, this is the 10th ever Bitcoin++. We started in Austin in June of 2022, and happy to be one of the most international dev conferences for Bitcoiners. This is our first privacy-themed Bitcoin++. So thank you for showing up and showing your faces at a privacy conference. That's quite bold of you. And it's our first event in Riga. We're very excited to be invited to do it by the organizers of the Baltic Honey Badger Conference. So if you're here this weekend, hope to see you all at that conference as well. Just as a quick reminder of what we're hoping everyone gets out of these next 2 days, we're hoping that people will share what they're working on so we can all learn about what's new and interesting in Bitcoin privacy development. We're hoping to grow the open source community through more people getting involved in new and interesting projects or finding new software to run. We're hoping to build some really cool stuff, and we're hoping to build freedom through privacy. Thanks for showing up and participating. Really excited about these next few days. I want to give a big shout out to our 2 top level sponsors, NIDEG, who's making this entire year of conferences possible, and HRF. So a big thank you for them for making get-togethers like this possible all over the globe. Just a quick kind of intro about, okay, you know, every Bitcoin++ has a different theme. Like I said, this is our first privacy conference. So what does privacy mean, and why is that something that we as Bitcoiners talk about? You know, Bitcoin started with a simple paper. The paper was about peer-to-peer electronic cash exchange. It didn't say anything about privacy, I don't think. It turns out, though, that whenever you start interacting or transacting peer-to-peer, that in and of itself can become quite an anarchic act. Not intentionally, but maybe just because of the way that regulations, et cetera, are set up in different jurisdictions. And it turns out that at times it's useful to be anonymous when you're transacting from peer-to-peer. These are private payments after all. Increasingly, it seems like we're building systems where the ability to watch in everyone's interactions online is becoming the norm, not the exception. And so in these kinds of regimes, it makes it, I think, more important that you're able to maybe not stick out from the crowd to maintain your privacy, so to speak. Increasingly, you know, our physical world is becoming harder, I think, to remain anonymous. I don't know about you guys, but I got my face scanned on the way here just to get on a plane. And I think we've seen some cases where maintaining free speech, some recent regulations in certain jurisdictions is making, you know, free speech, I think, something that's a little more difficult to attain in public spheres. Maybe there's private thoughts that you're willing to share among friends or your therapist, et cetera, but being able to keep your conversations, et cetera, private is increasingly important. We've built technology that helps you maintain your anonymity and privacy in the real world, like these cool scarves that help you hide from paparazzi. And we're here at Bitcoin++ this week to talk about technology that we're building to help maintain our privacy online, either through communications of what kind of money we're sending or other communications, etc. So thank you everyone for being here. We're really excited to have you here for our first ever Bitcoin++ Privacy Edition. With that, going to give a few updates about what to expect over the next day and a half, 2 days, a couple announcements, and then I will hand it over to our first speaker, who will be talking about privacy on Lightning. So today we're going to run our very first Turbo Hackathon out of Bitcoin++. So this morning we'll have talks and workshops. We'll have a great kickoff right before lunch with the hackathon. And then after lunch, everyone should be working on a project for a very quick amount of time. Again, this morning and tomorrow we'll have talks, workshops, lectures, normal stuff. Just as a note for the hackathon that we're doing, our hope is that everyone here will participate in some capacity. It's a short 2-hour commitment. So hopefully you'll have time to find a team over lunch, get some ideas, that kind of thing. We'll spend the afternoon working on projects together and then showing off what we've built for the end of it and the day with that. Right, so everyone hacks. It'll be 2 hours of hacking time. We'll do a kickoff where we'll go into the rules a little more deeply, but just as a heads up, we are very much encouraging people to use AI tools, etc., to build something as fast as possible. So just be prepared for that. It'll be today after lunch. And then after the hackathon, we'll be doing something we call expo style presentations. Again, we'll talk more in depth about this at the kickoff, which is again right before lunch. But it'll be fun, kind of science fair style situation where you'll get to present to the judges and other people who are interested in seeing what you've built. Then we'll get some finalists out of the expo. We'll top 5 teams will present tomorrow before lunchtime, and then we'll announce the winners at closing. So that's something to be prepared about, what to expect over the next, I guess, 48 hours. There's no hacking overnight, so no worries. You'll still be able to go out tonight and take advantage of all the drink specials that I hear they have in town. Great. Okay. Quick announcements. Currently, you're in the main stage. All the main stage talks on the agenda will be here. The talk stage is right next door. And then we've got a workshop stage in the back here where workshops will be taking place. So those talks on the website and the agenda should all be labeled. This is just a good orientation of where to find them. And if this hasn't been posted in the Telegram group, I'll make sure to do that right after this. Just a reminder, this is a privacy conference. Not everyone here is wearing one of those paparazzi protective scarves. So if you could please, if you're going to take pictures, make sure that you get everyone's permission before you do it. But preferably no pictures, especially not of crowds, etc. You'll notice we have a lot of cameras here, but they're all pointed towards people on stage. Great. We do that for privacy reasons. If you haven't joined the conference Telegram, this is a great place to do it. I'm sure you got a couple emails about this, but I think this should be the working link. Hopefully, I haven't gotten anyone to test this one. So if you can't get on the Telegram, find someone or find a volunteer and they should be able to help you out. Great. I think that's everything. So I'm going to I think we'll have a quick break in here. Please feel free to visit. We've got other talks kicking off in the talk stage and the workshop stage, which we're very excited about. And then we'll be kicking something off here in 2 minutes. I'm sorry.
For privacy and for the best flow for the stages, please do not use these doors at the back of the main stage or the talk stage. Please exit through the back of the main stage and walk round if you want to go to the workshop stage. Beginning on this stage in a couple of moments, we'll have Elias to discuss the state of Lightning privacy. In the workshop stage, we have ASMAP workshop by Julien. And in the talk stage, we will have Mapping the Space of Network Privacy Solutions by Claudia Diaz, beginning in just a few moments. Thank you very much, and thanks to Nifty.
In a world of watchful eyes, freedom is forged in the shadows. In Riga, builders gather to reclaim privacy and sovereignty. This is Bitcoin++ Privacy Edition. Join us at the frontier, August 7th to 8th, 2025.
Further ado, our first talk here on the main stage at Bitcoin++ Privacy Edition, Elias, the state of Lightning privacy.
Hi everybody, I'm Elias. I'm with Spiral, working on LDK mostly. So this talk is on the state of Lightning privacy, so I'll give an overview of what privacy goals Lightning in general has, what issues we had in the past, we solved by now basically, what issues remain with privacy in the Lightning space, and what the current state of the discussion is on this. Maybe to start, a brief disclaimer, this talk is not meant or has no claim to completeness, so I'll leave out a few things. I'll just spotlight a few aspects. Namely, I'll leave out anything to do with on-chain privacy because, anything with the on-chain privacy footprint of Lightning is not part of this talk. So, what is Lightning's privacy models? What is Lightning setting out to guarantee? For one, we have off-path local unobservability, meaning that as a forwarding node, if you're not part of a payment path that a node picks to send to a destination, you never get noticed that this payment is taking place in the first place. Also, of course, you don't learn anything about the value that is transferred. Furthermore, we have on-path relationship anonymity, meaning that even if you are a forwarding node on the path, Lightning tries to obfuscate and to hide who is paying whom by applying on-in encryption. So even if you're a forwarding node that forwards payments for others, you don't learn who is paying whom in the network. At least that is the goal. You also have receivers sender anonymity, meaning as a receiver, you don't learn anything about who is sending to you, at least, of course, if they don't give up any information about them. And lastly, and that is a really newer property, we have a sender's receiver anonymity, meaning that as a sender, you can send to somebody without necessarily knowing who is it that you're sending to, at least their specific location and network identity. So how is this last property come into place? Well, Bolt 12 fixes this. Originally, the Bolt 11 invoice standard in Lightning, when you're sending to Bolt 11, you have to know the full payment path, and you have to know exactly how to reach the final destination. With Bolt 12, Bolt 12 introduced blinded paths, where you have this construction where you only have to know how to reach an introduction node, and then there is this encrypted blob in the offer. In particular, if we have a bolt 12 payment flow here, and you have Alice trying to pay Bob. Bob is creating an offer, and Alice scans that via a QR code. And in that offer, you have that blinded path. And Alice then has to only reach the introduction point in that blinded path via onion messages and can communicate via Bob via onion messaging. They then send an invoice request to Bob, and Bob can reply with an invoice holding actually a separate or a different blinded path. And finally, Alice can use this invoice or the invoice and use the blinded path in that invoice to send the actual onion encrypted payment. So via this flow, Alice never has to learn where Bob is actually located. She only ever learns the introduction point that Bob picked. So as you see, onion message or communication via onion messages is pretty crucial here, which is basically a small issue still, because at least as of a few months ago, we had only a bit between 5 and 6% of nodes in the network support onion message forwarding. So basically this is a call for you. If you run a forwarding node in the network and you're running LND, for example, please consider running LNDK, which is a project using LDK that runs on top of LND, for one, enabling on-message forwarding, but also giving your LND node the capability to send, and soon I hear also to receive bolt 12 payments. If you run CLN, please, there's also an experimental flag. Please consider enabling this experimental flag. As a hotfix, in the meantime, of course, bolt 12 still works. That just means that a client will directly connect to the introduction point picked by the receiver to basically shortcut that routing issue. But still, we want to get to a point where we can really use the message, onion message through the whole network. All right, now coming a bit more to the remaining, I would consider at least senders receivers anonymity is kind of a solved thing by now with bolt 12. Now we're coming a bit more to the areas that aren't fully resolved in the network. The first example of this are balance discovery attacks. An adversary in the network can, of course, probe balances, channel balances, via sending single or multiple HTLCs and learning which HTLCs go through and which fail, basically. And from this, they can conduct or deduce a lot about the channel state and the balances. Of course, that's a feature, because by now every Lightning node keeps track of these failures and uses that data to improve payment reliability. But this can also, or is basically also, a privacy issue, because especially if you consider that an adversary would be able to probe the whole network constantly, basically every single discrete state over time, then they could learn a lot about where funds flow in the network, potentially even de-anonymizing who sends whom, if they basically probe fast enough in between individual channels updating. That could be a privacy issue. So how do we mitigate that? Well, here is a proposal for countermeasures. For one, of course, this issue will get less, or at least the capability of the adversary will get less precise the more normal traffic there is in the network, because the balance states change more frequently, so they don't learn as much, basically, or are not as precise the more noise there is in the network. Also, there are the HTLC maximum MSAT and max HTLC value in flight limits that your Lightning implementation hopefully sets to a certain degree, that especially the first one, generates a false ceiling in your channel. Basically, it artificially limits the largest HTLC you can send over your channel, and that means that an adversary can also doesn't learn anything for balances over that artificial limit. They can only probe for balances lower than that limit. And thirdly, there's a discussion around upfront fees, meaning that you would need to pay a small fee even for just attempted payments, not successful payments. But this has been a long discussion so far in the community, which is still not entirely clear how to implement this exactly. So the next attack vector, basically, on Lightning privacy, and maybe a bit more serious one, are on-path attacks on privacy. In this scenario, an adversary would run one or multiple forwarding nodes in the network and would hope to get chosen by the sender to route over. And then while this payment is sent over them, they would try to estimate where it's coming from and where it's going to. We can assume that for that, they would try to create some kind of probabilistic model trying for that estimation based on some distance metric from data they gather before. And then when observing a payment, they would use that database and estimate, make a maximum likelihood estimation, basically, of who is the most likely sender and receiver. For example, there are different ways to think about this and also different ways that actually academic literature proposed. But to highlight one are timing attacks. So you could use latency measurements in the network beforehand and then the latency of a single payment to try to deduce who's sending to whom. If we say here now, Alice would try to send to Carol and picks a path with two adversarial nodes in the middle. Alice would send update at HTLC messages, and the adversary would then record a timestamp at whenever they see that payment hash the first time, basically. They could, for example, then fail that payment, assuming Alice would retry over the same path, which some implementations do, and then Alice would retry, and now the adversary can record the second time they would see that payment hash of that payment, and can have now a time difference measurement. And same goes for then on the towards the receiver end. They would just forward that, and whenever they see a fail or fulfill coming in again, basically the last time they saw that payment hash again, they have time difference measurement towards the receiver. And based on these two measurements, they can now go ahead based on a probabilistic model of latency distributions in the network they created beforehand to try to estimate how far away they basically are and which are the likeliest endpoints for that payment in the network, basically on the network graph. So, of course, this attack works best if you're actually chosen very frequently as an adversary. And at least back then when we did that research in 2020, it was very interesting to see that roughly the most central node we approximately would be able to observe 37% of global payments, because there were some very central nodes that would see a lot of payment volume, at least if you simulated that based on, for example, LND's pathfinding algorithm back then. And the four most central nodes, if they colluded, they would also see up to 72% of all payments. We could show back then that timing-based estimation significantly increased the adversary's capabilities of the anonymization, and depending on where they were positioned in the network, they could de-anonymize senders and receivers with precision recall up to 50%. So the question is, how can we mitigate such attacks? Well, for one, maybe the most obvious one is increasing network decentralization, creating more routing nodes so that not a single routing node sees more traffic, basically, would help definitely, just in terms of which nodes are able to observe payments. Also, we should strengthen path diversity in routing algorithms so that routing algorithms are not always deterministically optimizing for payment reliability, maybe even, but also especially not for fees. And creating some more randomness in these algorithms so that an adversary can't, basically the basis for how adversaries create these databases and their probabilistic models is with respect to one routing algorithm or the certain set of routing algorithm rules. And if we add more noise to our routing algorithms, we could throw off the adversary, at least to a degree. Also, we should consider introducing some randomized forwarding delays, which most nodes employ anyways, because they batch HTLCs just because forwarding HTLCs is very I/O heavy. So you have HTLC batching in Lightning nodes anyways. We should randomize these forwarding delays, and so to also introduce noise and to really throw off the capabilities of using latency measurements in this case for such attacks. And the last point is maybe a bit more the most futuristic, even though it has been discussed for a long time. It's PTLCs, which we hopefully get sometime, which would definitely impair the capabilities of an adversary running multiple vantage points in the network to actually know that they're observing the same HTLC at multiple points, because currently you just see the same payment hash over and over again, and you know exactly, okay, this is the same HTLC. With PTLCs at different vantage points, they would at least need more heuristics to basically recover knowing that this is the same HTLCs. Of course, there's still timing patterns and stuff you could do, but all of this would introduce more noise and more work for the adversary to actually get precise measurement, basically. All right. And then we come to the last issue I want to highlight as part of this talk, which is maybe the most serious issue that was published in a paper in 2023 called the Revelio attack, which are network-level attacks on privacy. And this paper outlined and highlighted that Lightning currently is not very private in the face of an adversary actually running AS-level capabilities, really monitoring the network traffic at multiple autonomous systems, even like passive, or even like if you consider a global passive adversary, Lightning isn't doing the best we can, at least. So in their scenario, the adversary would control N or multiple ASs and could observe message patterns. They would log these message patterns just as thruples of timestamp, sender IP, receiver IP, basically. And they would then group certain of these logged messages to recover multi-hop message patterns. And the issue they really highlighted is that currently you can see these distinct messaging patterns in Lightning. For example, you have like Elias sending to Bob when opening a channel, an open channel messages with 393 byte, 293 byte. Then Bob would respond with an accept channel messages, which is roughly 272 byte. Then you get a funding created message with 132 byte and funding signed with 98 byte. You see where this is going. While the actual network messages are, of course, all encrypted with noise encryption on the network level, if you basically hold your hand in front of that names of the network messages, just by seeing which the sizes of these messages, you can still see a very specific pattern of messages. And even if the AES level attacker wouldn't know what these specific messages are, just by the message sizes, they know what likely this handshake is doing. And if you especially observe that over multiple points and multiple AESs basically, and you observe maybe even a more distinct messaging pattern, like here, update HTLC, commitment signed, revoke an ACK, commitment signed, revoke an ACK, update fulfill, and so on, which is, by the way, the update add HTLC basically is this extend the payment path one hop. This is the handshake that actually sends a payment basically from node A to B. Then you can really observe in the network, if you have access to one or multiple ASs, probably which node is sending to which node. At least then can get a lot of information out of this, even if you can't look into the messages themselves. Thankfully, at least the update add HTLC messages themselves are always padded. So you can't learn, for example, so the onion blobs in them are always padded to a static length. So you can't learn from the message size how many hops are after that, basically. You don't know how long your payment path is. But just locally, you can guess, basically, which messages are exchanged. And this is an issue. So what the value paper showed is that currently, the top 5 central autonomous systems see about 80% of observable channels in the network, and especially AS14618, which is Amazon, of course, AWS, sees like 34 of observable channels alone, at least one side of the channel, basically. So they see a lot of the traffic, basically, at least in this kind of pattern. So, and if they were really adversarial and would employ such measurements, they could probably deduce a lot from these patterns. At least in the Revelio paper simulation, they showed quote-unquote perfect de-anonymization in 32% of cases. And that is kind of scary, or at least concerning to a degree that we really want to improve the situation there. So what would be the countermeasures here? For one, strengthening AS levels diversity would be a good thing. Maybe even employing something like ASMAP, or just when you create a forwarding node, not running yet another forwarding node on Amazon. Please self-host, please pick another provider. At least think about stuff like that before you just choose a hoster. That would be a good thing. Another thing that we should explore is message padding, adding padding to the messages, so that these message patterns are not as distinct and you can't really tell just from the sizes and the directions of messages what's happening. And again, randomizing forwarding delays and this HTLC batching, while not immediately protecting against the AS level attacks, at least it would allow to obfuscate these patterns, because at least in the Revelio paper, they basically grouped these message patterns by timing again, and if you add some delays there, it's not as clear which of the messages are actually belonging together, if that makes sense. And also it gets more likely that different patterns are basically interfering with each other in the adversarial's view. Okay, so this brings me basically to the current state of the discussion, what is going on in the Lightning space. Currently, so for one, we had a recent discussion at the protocol level around attributable failures, where latency measurements were or are included as part of the protocol to provide basically yet another data point for routing algorithms to to pick nodes that are faster in the network. Of course, basically providing such latency measurements inbound, while you can still, of course, collect latency measurements out of the protocol, basically, but providing this even more exact latency measurements in protocol latency in the protocol as part of attributable failures was kind of an issue in when we tried to actually increase forwarding delays and make basically adversarials' lives harder. So there was a lot of discussion recently around that, and now we concluded that there will be latency measurements included, but they will be somewhat obfuscated, or they don't have as high as a resolution, so that nodes can still use that to optimize somewhat for latency, but it's probably not to a degree where somebody could actually use these returned latencies for adversarial purposes because they're just too coarse-grained. Then, generally, as part of the discussion came the idea that do we really need to have that large forwarding delay in the network, or is it mostly a question of adding delays on the receiver's end, because there's basically aligned incentives. The receiver wants to protect itself or themselves from these kind of attacks, so they have an incentive to actually add some delays on their end rather than relying just on the forwarding nodes to protect them by employing some delays there. So the idea here being we could make the whole network a bit faster, we could reduce even the forwarding and batch delays, even though we should still randomize them in the network, if we add also some receiver-side delays, and the receiver would then delay claiming the payment for a bit, also in a random fashion, to throw these kinds of things off. And that is basically where we now opened a Boltz PR that is open, and in LDK we currently are implementing this basically. For one, refactoring our batching logic and then adding receiver-side delays. And the next thing that will be worked on, and actually a working group now started researching, especially what the best strategy will be, is message padding. So how do we add message padding to Lightning in a way that is least obtrusive to users, still provides the best UX? Yeah, there's a lot of open questions there. How much padding do we really need? Do we need to pad all messages to the same size? Is random padding enough, basically? Stuff like that. Yeah, that is currently being worked on actively. All right, so this brings me to the end of my talk. In conclusion, Lightning has solved some privacy issues in the past and have improved its privacy benefits, especially with Bolt 12, but also other areas over time. But it still has some unresolved privacy issues. Mitigations for these are currently actively being discussed and developed. Still, message padding and random delays seem necessary and are currently implemented and discussed to what extent they should happen, basically, in the community. Thank you so much.
We have time for a couple of questions.
Thank you for the talk, appreciate it. There is ASMAP for Bitcoin Core, which tries to avoid connections to within the same AS as much as possible. Do you think something like that for Lightning message routing or payment routing would also make sense? So in order to avoid many of the issues that you've mentioned, and also that has been found in the papers that you cited, is mostly around staying within a small number of ASs. And so routing is basically, you can choose whatever route you want. You mentioned randomization, which I guess also makes sense, but yeah, do you have thoughts on ASMAP-like mitigations as well?
Yeah, I think it makes sense. The issue in Lightning routing is always that we, of course, given that Lightning, at least historically, had some reliability issues and has gotten much better by probabilistic routing, one of the most important thing is still to optimize for the most reliable routes, basically. So there is some wiggle room that we should use to actually randomize and so on. I think considering using AS maps as yet another factor is a good idea. But maybe more importantly is actually that people start hosting their nodes on different ASs and not only centralizing on Amazon.
What are your thoughts on just completely fabricated cover traffic? Like Roast Beef has at least to me, infamous comment somewhere in the wire protocol for LND, like a to-do later, add junk traffic to just provide obfuscation. And your thoughts on how close to organic network traffic that would have to be meaningful? Like for instance, if you just have two direct peers spamming each other back and forth, but nothing across the wider network, like that's obviously like filterable, and like how practical that would be as far as like node bandwidth costs and what kind of implications that might have for end users, given mobile clients can't really participate in that kind of scheme, so they would stand out as a different class of connection or participant.
Yeah, so for one, once we have message padding to a sufficient degree, basically every network traffic could already act as cover traffic. Gossip data, which is sent a lot, ping messages, which are sent a lot, onion messages that are arbitrarily sent. So there could already be a lot of cover traffic arising from that, basically. Whether we should add artificial cover traffic is really a discussion of how much acceptance there will be in the network for stuff like this, and if node operators are willing to swallow the additional bandwidth cost for it. I think we could definitely explore it. We could even explore actual constant bit rate message forwarding, basically, but that would be a much more invasive change in the protocol, which is why we didn't so far propose something like that. But yeah, cover traffic should be very easy to implement once we have message padding, and then the question is which implementations and if node operators would actually use it. Of course, the issue then with self-custodial mobile nodes, basically, yes, this is really a TBD, because on the one hand, mobile connections got a lot better, a lot better. I mean, not even just mobile connections. I mean, on my flight here, I had like 340 Mbits on the flight, on the airplane with Starlink. I was like, free Wi-Fi. It's like, whoa, we're living the future. But so given these numbers, you could maybe add some cover traffic. Then again, maybe somewhere else in the world you don't want to don't have that bandwidth. So that will be really a discussion where, like, especially in the end user wallet area, should we employ cover traffic really, and how much damage does it give for UX, basically? That will be TBD. Yeah.
Thank you. Let's hear it for Elias.
Thank you.
In a world of watchful eyes, freedom is forged in the shadows. In Riga, builders gather to reclaim privacy and sovereignty. This is Bitcoin++ Privacy Edition. Join us at the frontier, August 7th to 8th, 2025.
Questions right away, so if you have any, shoot them out. So the state of Bitcoin privacy, TLDR, I think it's really good. I think we solved a lot of challenges throughout the development cycle of Bitcoin. Elias just talked a lot about how this relates to Lightning. And yes, there's still unsolved challenges there, but overall, Lightning is a really elegant privacy solution. So I won't focus too much on Lightning now, since we already heard it. But there's, I think, two fundamental ways to address Bitcoin blockchain layer privacy. There's coin swaps and there's coin joins. Right? A coin swap is when we exchange transaction history. Right? So Alice has a coin that she bought from Bob, and Charlie has a coin that he got from David. Now Alice and Bob can swap their coins so that an adversary would make the wrong assumption that Alice actually got it from Dave. The Lightning Network is a network of coin swaps. Right? A payment channel or routing across payment channels is basically swapping your transaction history across payment channels. So this is quite good. Lightning, very successful implementation of coin swaps. We have a couple other implementations of coin swaps like Bitcoin Teleport and of course atomic swaps. Specifically the Boltz exchange or swapping provider does a real good job here. So with swaps, we can lure an adversary into thinking that we own a coin that we actually don't. There's also a really cool research by the Blockstream group called partially blind atomic swaps. And here a swapping service provider cannot identify its users across sessions. Right? So if Alice makes a deposit and Bob makes a deposit and Charlie makes a deposit on quotes, and a week later, Bob withdraws his money and swaps this out against coins controlled by the operator cannot link this with redeem transaction to the deposit transaction. Right, so here we have one-sided perfect anonymity with the anonymity set of all users in a given time period. I don't think this is implemented at the moment. It's more a theoretical idea, but it really shows that we can, in coin swaps, increase privacy against the operator, against the swapping service provider, with some clever cryptography, probably just blind signatures. Then we have coin joins. That is the, I guess, OG privacy technique in Bitcoin. Instead of swapping our transaction histories, we destroy our transaction histories or merge them together. Because the insight is that even though Bitcoin is a public network with signatures and transactions, and usually transactions have 3 inputs and 2 outputs, and this is rather easy to analyze, if you actually look at it, inside a transaction we have perfect privacy, perfect anonymity. The Satoshi of the input side does not travel to an output. Right? It's not that the first input pays the second output. That's not how Bitcoin works. It's an atomic teleportation, so to say. All of the Satoshis on the input side get destroyed, and all of the Satoshis on the output side get generated, and they just beam themselves. Right? So there's no path left to right. There is a teleportation happening. And if we have small transactions, like those 3 inputs, 2 output transactions, then the anonymity set is constrained to those only handful of outputs in this transaction. So we don't actually get real privacy, even though in theory it's there, and an outside observer can very easily see how the money flows here. So the trick is simply to increase the size of the crowd. That's the idea of a coin join. Let's add more inputs, more outputs from different people, and then we have actual anonymity set inside a single transaction and benefit from the idea of Bitcoin's rather anonymous transaction pattern. And then the big question is, how do we coordinate these coin joins, right? We're all of a sudden in a consensus problem. Many people want to sign their transaction together. How do we do that in an adversarial environment, right, where we have disruptive denial of service attackers who don't want these transactions to succeed? Because of course with a collaborative transaction, if one input does not sign the transaction, the entire transaction is invalid and will never make it to the blockchain. And so here we need a way to defend denial of service, and the easy way to do this is with centralization. And that's what so far all CoinJoin protocols do, at least the ones implemented. We pick a central provider who registers these inputs and outputs and signatures of our partially signed Bitcoin transaction. And if someone misbehaves, the service provider kicks him out. Right? That's the denial of service prevention. Really useful, it works, it's efficient, it scales. Of course, the obvious downside is if this service provider can link inputs to outputs, then we might have privacy against the global outside adversary, but an active adversary who is either the coordinator or who has compromised the coordinator, he would see the flow of money. Right? So it's not a pure, strong privacy guarantees. And so blind signatures again come to the rescue, similar to with coin swaps. We simply create an eCash token for a valid input registration, right, an anonymous blind cookie. And then the rule is that only those who have this anonymous token can register outputs. This means we prevent double spending. That's one of the things eCash does. It also means that we prevent someone registering 100 Bitcoin on the output side if they only put 1 Bitcoin in, because they would only get 1 Bitcoin worth of access right tokens for the output side. Right, so here we create balanced Bitcoin transactions in a way that even the service provider cannot link inputs to outputs, which is quite good. Right? So here, a quite simple solution for coordinating private transactions is use OG privacy tech like Chaumian eCash to do it. And so with this, we now have a way to actually make on-chain transactions that have the potential to be really private because they have the potential to be really large. And now we have detailed questions that fall to the client side of, for example, how many inputs do you register to this CoinJoin? And if you have a wallet with 100 UTXOs, how many do you pick? Which inputs do you pick? Do you pick a couple small ones, a couple big ones? And then, of course, how many outputs and what denomination of outputs do you pick? These are all now questions that have to be answered for the implementer of the CoinJoin protocol on the wallet. This is something that has to happen client-side, a little bit similar to how in Lightning Network the source routing works client-side. Right? There is not a coordinator or service provider that tells you how to do this. This needs to be implemented client-side. A lot of different potential ways of doing this. I guess most successfully so far is Wasabi Wallet in the Wabi-Sabi protocol to implement this. The trick is we increase privacy by each of us having cleared the same amounts. Right? Since amounts are still public on the Bitcoin blockchain, if we all choose the same Satoshi amount for our inputs and outputs, that increases the size of the crowd. So we pick standard denominations, and we can be smart on which standard denominations to pick, specifically those with a low Hamming weight or those that can be decomposed easily. Right? So those are powers of 2, powers of 3, powers of 10, multiples thereof. This means that we can decompose any arbitrary input amount into a specific amount of outputs with a handful of outputs coming to exactly or very close to this amount. So I guess that's so far to CoinJoins, and I guess so coin swaps and CoinJoins really solve the blockchain layer privacy aspects. And the cool thing is without any changes to consensus. Or rather, we've already made all of the changes to consensus that make these systems secure. Specifically SegWit, that enabled both Lightning Network and CoinJoins, would have been way more difficult to implement without this. Taproot also helps in part because it allows to sign a multi-party transaction like a CoinJoin with a hardware wallet. It also prevents some attacks against centralized CoinJoins and decreases the attack surface that the coordinator could have. But yeah, Taproot also has some other improvements, and that is specifically to make the script path more private. And so in legacy Bitcoin script, we see exactly the entire definition of under which condition can this coin be spent. And if there are many definitions or many different scenarios how this coin can be spent, all of them have to be revealed when we are making a spending transaction. With Taproot, we create a Merkle tree of many different spending conditions, each of them their own small atomic unit. A transaction can have, or an address can have millions of spending conditions. And when we do spend our coin according to one of these many definitions, we only reveal this one script. Right? So instead of having to reveal all the possibilities that this coin gets spent, we only reveal the one that we actually end up using. Again, huge privacy benefit. Because especially if you have advanced scripts that are very unique, they are fingerprint. Right? And we would see that all of these coins have this very elaborate, unique script. It's probably the same person. If we use TapScript instead, we just see that specific spending condition being used, and that is most likely more indistinguishable than the entire set of all the spending conditions. And further, we have key and signature aggregation. So this is music, frost, roast, multi-party computation basically, where a multi-signature looks indistinguishable from a single signature. Right? This is not just a great scalability improvement because less data for the script and the witnesses, but also more indistinguishability. So this is what Taproot enables us. And of course, then the next level is to increase both the scalability and especially the privacy simply by using the blockchain less. This is to some extent what Lightning does. It's an off-chain payment solution. And this means that an adversary who has access to the blockchain cannot see the transactions that we're making. Right? So perfect privacy against a blockchain exclusive adversary. And that, of course, is a huge benefit. Right? So Lightning Network is great, as SuperTestNet points out. If you can just delete your local database and your transactions are gone. And nobody knows them. Right? So that's impossible in the blockchain setting. But it is possible in Lightning, which is a huge improvement. But there are other off-chain solutions to use, and I guess we can start with custodians. Right? If you use a custodial wallet, there is no on-chain footprint other than the deposits and withdrawals outside of that custodial wallet. Or in other words, that's a mixer, right? A custodial mixer who accumulates money on behalf of other users and later gives it back to them, presumably with a different on-chain footprint. Quite effective in terms of privacy, in terms of efficiency. Of course, a huge rug pull risk, and that has to be well dealt with, right? So, and then of course that service provider, the custodian, could spy on you in terms of your input, your deposits and your withdrawals. So that's where something like Cashew or Fediment or other eCash system comes in, where we abstract the account relationship for custodians so that they are actually perfectly anonymous with the anonymity set of all users. So that is, eCash, again, comes to the rescue. Blind signatures are magic. So definitely research on how they can be applied, not just for money warehousing, but for anywhere that you have an account, you can most likely obfuscate this with using blind signature schemes. So it would, of course, be great if we have second layer technology that does not have a rug pull risk. Lightning, of course, is the premier example, but there are others. The ultimate idea here is that of a sidechain, as originally laid out by Blockstream in 2013 or something. Really simple idea. Turns out it's bloody difficult to implement. It's very easy to get your Bitcoin off the base layer into the second layer. Where it becomes really difficult is to get your Bitcoin out of the second layer back onto the blockchain without having a trusted third party that can rug pull you or deny you a service. Right, so this is where the two-way peg comes in as a buzzword of getting your money trustlessly out of the second layer system. And almost to like a year ago or so, this was an unsolved problem, even after a decade of research. And so we have federated systems like Liquid, right, or like Fediment, which have a multi-signature trust assumption that if 11 out of 15 of these fiduciaries are cooperative and honest, then you can get your money out. So at least not one party can rug pull you, a super majority of the set of known operators has, right? And this can be structured dynamically so that members can add and leave from this from this federation. But ultimately still you're trusting here. So there are now solutions of doing this more trustless. The gist of it is zero knowledge proofs, right? We want to be able to succinctly verify that those second layer transactions have been valid and that the person who is requesting a withdrawal now actually has the money on the second layer. If we would do this without succinctness, without zero knowledge proofs, we would need to put all of the second layer transactions onto the base layer, which of course removes the entire privacy and scalability benefits. So we want to have a succinct proof that the second layer transactions are valid and that you can actually get the money back. The problem is Bitcoin script is extremely limited and we cannot really express a zero knowledge proof in Bitcoin script, specifically, funnily, because there's no multiplication. You cannot multiply numbers in Bitcoin script, which is actually ridiculous. You can also not concatenate, right? And with these two things alone, we could create zero knowledge proofs. Unfortunately, none of them are in Bitcoin. So this is a proposal to be added as native scripts in Bitcoin. Another alternative is to hack a virtual machine that can simulate these opcodes, and that's basically what BitVM does. BitVM is a very hacky, inefficient, ugly way to express any programming language inside Bitcoin script and on top of Bitcoin transactions. It's great that it works, and now we actually have multiple companies working on two-way pegs with BitVM as the zero-knowledge verification scheme. So that's incredible. it's still bloody inefficient. Like we're at 4 megabytes, for a malicious withdrawal transaction. Basically, we have to fill entire blocks with these zero-knowledge proofs. So not great, but at least there's something now, and there is some ways in the future that we could further improve the scalability and decrease the size of the withdrawal transactions from these second layer systems. And this actually brings me to, I think, one way that we can totally solve the privacy problem for good, because so far all of these technologies are opt-in. You have to use Lightning, you have to use CoinJoins, you have to use something like Arc, right? And this means that by default we don't have privacy, and if you do choose to use a private transaction system, you stick out because you made the active decision to be private. So it would be much better if we are private by default, something like Zcash or Monero. Actually, even Zcash is not private by default. How do we get there? And a realization I had recently is that quantum computers might be the Trojan horse that gets us perfect privacy on the base layer. Because in all the discussions at the moment on how can we make Bitcoin quantum secure, the realization is that quantum signatures are extremely expensive in terms of size and computational power. So if we stick with the current blockchain model of inputs have signatures and outputs have addresses or pub keys, then we simply don't, it wouldn't scale, right? Like quantum secure signatures are 10 times, 100 times larger. So it would make Bitcoin even less scalable than before. So I hope that we will come up with a good way to move to a quantum resistant second layer scheme that no longer relies on the input-output structure inside the Bitcoin blockchain per se. And because it is the risk of quantum computers, where potentially we even have to make old coins unspendable, this is almost a forcing function to move to a much more private system. So one aspect of this is, for example, shielded CSV. Client-side validation is yet another category of Bitcoin privacy. RGB fits into this, as well as shielded CSV. So the idea is that we don't have a global consensus on who has which coins and who has made them spendable, but rather we use the global system only for double spending, either with an op return or a cryptographic nullifier. And instead of everyone having to verify every transaction, only the receiver of a coin has to verify the validity of this coin. And here, either the receiver can validate a blockchain, that's kind of how RGB works at the moment, or the receiver could validate a zero-knowledge proof that the transactions were all valid. Here, client-side validation, yet another cool way of improving the privacy of Bitcoin. And maybe we can get it into Bitcoin by default, thanks to it being actually quantum secure, because now we only need a cryptographic nullifier on the chain, and we don't need any signatures or public keys. So this is really quite promising. Of course, we have many other privacy technologies that are currently being deployed. We have Arc, which is very roughly saying a off-chain CoinJoin that has the potential to really improve the privacy. It's going to be difficult to actually implement Arc in a privacy priority way. Most of the implementations, as far as I can tell, focus more on the programmability and scalability side that Arc enables. And we have things like state chains, right, or Spark, which again have the possibility of being implemented in a privacy-preserving way, but the current implementations don't really optimize for this. So there's a huge opportunity for doing more research and development on these new second layer systems to ensure that they are actually private. But as you can see, CoinJoins are basically solved. Wabi Sabi is an incredibly elegant protocol for today's version of Bitcoin's blockchain, so we don't have to do much research there, I believe. Lightning Network is a huge improvement with the actual only scalable and secure second layer system. Again, we've made tremendous progress in Lightning privacy, still more work to be done. And then we have other second layer systems, specifically shielded CSV, that now, because of zero knowledge verification, can actually have a trustless two-way peg. Really promising. So the real question for me of the current state of Bitcoin privacy is not, will we figure it out? Because I think we have figured it out. The question is more, how can we coordinate securely without getting compromised? Because this has been, for decades now, the biggest threat to privacy is that privacy supporters get thrown in the gulag and kidnapped and tortured. Right? And it has happened not just in the last 40 years, but recently. Right? So the question really is, how can we build secure systems while keeping the developers secure, keeping the researchers secure? And so for this, try creating a new GitHub account without a Google email. It's not a thing anymore, right? So we need to have secure ways of collaborating on the code. Check out, by the way, all of these solutions basically come from Nostr, so I'm kind of segueing into the next talk by Jeff now, because we need to have a secure coordination mechanism, and Nostr enables that, right? If you want to generate a new identity on Nostr, you just do it. You flip a coin, you get your key, that's it. No need to beg for permission and prove that you're not Iranian to some shady corporation somewhere offshore, right? So check out Git Workshop. It's a way to collaborate on top of a Git repository with using Nostr as the identity and message delivery layer. Right? Absolutely essential project. We need this like yesterday. Then we also, of course, need to manage the release of software. So check out Zap Store. Right here, you simply sign your release package with your Nostr private key and distribute it to your people. Because good luck getting a privacy-focused technology through the Apple App Store procedure. It's almost impossible. Right? Zap Store only works for iOS, for Android. On iOS, you could use something like the Freedom Store. It's an alt store. Still a massive pain in the ass to use. So the Apple app distribution process is completely fucked, and we need to figure out how to fix that. It's going to be hard work. And of course, we need ways to communicate and coordinate the development of this software in an anonymous way, in a secure way, in a censorship-resistant way. And one of the old downsides of Nostr is its privacy, right? You cannot really have secure messaging that are fully encrypted, specifically in the group setting. And so here's where messaging layer security comes in. It's a new IETF standard that ensures that we have large, scalable groups, up to millions of people actually, and because we piggyback that on top of Nostr, it means anyone can create an account. You don't need to sign up. You just create your private key, and you can join a group. Right? So we have the fully permissionless ability to enter an existing group or to start your new group. And message delivery is handled by Nostr relays. There's already thousands of Nostr relays to choose from. It's a very flourishing decentralized network. So you can use one of the free gratis ones available. If you want more reliability, you pay for the service. If you want to have the ultimate sovereignty, you'd simply run it on yourself. Like you can run a relay on a laptop, on a server, you can run it on your phone. And with this, we really ensure that we have secure, unstoppable, censorship-resistant, anonymous communications for large groups of developers to coordinate their Git progress, their development progress, right? And this is going to be absolutely essential. I'm running out of time, so you guys still don't have any questions. Raise your hands, last chance. Otherwise, I'll just continue rambling. So we really have a lot of progress made, but there is so much work to be done. And it's both like fundamental research, specifically when it comes to higher layers of the privacy stack, but especially it's about implementation. We have beautiful theories available to us. It's just that they're dreadfully under-implemented. And so do some research and see how you can improve your stack to be more secure. Because ultimately, it's the protocol developers, or designers, it's the software implementers that need to make those decisions to protect the user. Because the user doesn't have the knowledge, the expertise, the time to come up with the actual privacy solutions. We need to make privacy the default. We need to make privacy effortless and simply work, right? Without any additional clicks, without any additional designs that the end user need to do. If that is done, we have the opportunity to increase our anonymity set substantially. Right? Anonymity loves company, and we can only get that company if the technology is affordable, if it's easy. Right? And this means not just in terms of compute power, but also in terms of time. How much does the user need to learn and understand before he can use these technologies correctly? And how likely is it that he's going to shoot himself in the foot? Right? So we really have done a lot of work in the last 40 years, especially in the last 10 years with Bitcoin, and now in the last 3 years with Nostr, that we have a way to make sure that Bitcoin and global communication is secure and private. So thank you very much.
don't want to hear, so I'm.
It's actually not anymore.
It's not anymore. It's not anymore.
But I will tell you things you don't want to hear, so it's also fine. Okay.
Over to you.
Entire screen. Ta-da! And it just works. Okay, so the title of the talk is not what you don't want to hear, although we will talk a little bit about things you don't want to hear. This is sort of continuing on from what Max talked about with how we're planning on using MLS to build state-of-the-art private communications with no one in between. I think that last part is the part that's most important. For the last 15 years, we've had the Signal protocol, which has been absolutely incredible and has been implemented on a ton of different messaging apps. The core problem with Signal specifically is that there's a neck to choke in the middle. You know, there's Meredith, who stands in the middle, who is a CEO of a American nonprofit foundation, and the American government can show up on her doorstep anytime and either require her to give them data, which they do a good job of keeping as little as possible, but they still have some. They still know who you are. They still know what devices you have. Or they can just black bag her and disappear her and Signal falls apart. And then all of a sudden, none of us have any communications. So I think that part of how do we make an app, you know, a federated, highly secure messaging client that really just runs client side, that has no servers that are required in the middle, and that is using something very generic, boring, and multi-purpose. You know, I think, you know, SimpleX is out there. It's a great product, but it has very specific relay servers that someone has to decide to run for that specific purpose. Nostr relays are just dumb databases, effectively. So if you can get things working in that way, I think we're going to all be in a lot better position. So I've kind of talked a little bit about this. You know, most platforms we use, Telegram is plain text. Pavel is cooperating with the French and probably many other governments. We do have Signal. I think they're probably the best of what we've got, but they can still be shut down. You also do not control your identity or your data on any of these systems. They are all walled gardens. They can do with your data what they please. And the ones that are secure, Signal in specific, do have limited scalability. Signal is still a pairwise protocol. You are still sending one encrypted message to every member of a group. Signal helps a lot with that, but there is some point at which Signal groups completely break down. I think Nostr is probably the best chance we have at getting a truly federated system that actually works on a global scale. There have been a lot of attempts at different federated systems. They all take different trade-offs. Nostr is as far down the left curve as you can possibly go. It is completely retarded. Like, it's JSON, it's not binary. It does a lot of things really badly, but that's also why it's so amazing. You know, as a developer, people can jump in and literally have a client working in 10 minutes. Like, try to do that on Pair with some peer-to-peer thing. Try to do that with pretty much any other protocol, and it's basically impossible. But it's possible with Nostr. And I think we're getting to a point where, you know, AI is going to be able to develop Nostr clients as fast or better than, you know, it can do simple web clients. And I think that's a huge, huge boon for us. It's a way we get to global adoption. So the reason, you know, Nostr, you know, above and beyond it being super simple, we have no central control. Like Max said, there's just a ton of these relays out there. They're doing all of the, you know, control of the data, but they don't really care about what they're storing. You can switch between them at will. Most Nostr clients are already built to handle relay switching. So that makes it resistant to censorship. You know, any relay can turn you off at any time, and it really doesn't matter. I tell the story of when, you know, Will from Damas has one of the biggest Nostr relays, and at one point he sent a note out saying, hey, I think I'm going to delete the Damas relay. There's like a bunch of indexing problems, and everybody started screaming about it, and there was loads of replies, and he was like, haha, just kidding, I did it 3 hours ago, and no one noticed. And so I think there's a benefit in that, right? Like, one of the biggest relays disappeared, and not a single person noticed anything. Obviously, you know, we're Bitcoiners, not your keys, not your coins, not your keys, not your identity. I think that's another really big, important part of Nostr. It's also a big problem in Nostr. You know, we don't have the ability, like Bitcoin, to just move your coins to a new address and like everything's great. You can't just like port your identity to a brand new set of keys in any meaningful way right now. And that's something we need to fix. And that's a really, really hard problem. It's also, like I said, open and extremely simple. But Nostr completely lacks privacy. Everybody has known this basically from the beginning. We had NIP04, which Benark slapped together just to give some very simple like proof of concept. It was never meant to be a final state, yet everybody likes to attack it. There was actually a talk at Black Hat in Las Vegas yesterday afternoon that was by a bunch of Japanese researchers who basically took down how Nostr's encrypted DMs work. And I haven't seen it yet. I can't wait to watch it. I hopefully want to talk to those guys, but they weren't talking about the MLS stuff. They were talking about these older systems that we've been trying to move towards privacy. So why is MLS the missing piece here? MLS is, well, I'll go back. MLS is an internet standard. It was finalized by the IEFT in kind of summer 2023. It's still very heavily under active development. There's a ton of extensions and protocol stuff that's still happening around it. But the base protocol itself has been heavily audited, has been under development for about 6 years because the IEFT works very, very slowly. And I think it's very well proven to do exactly what it says, which is it is transport agnostic. It is identity layer agnostic. All it is a protocol to agree on keys in a large group setting and cryptographically guarantee the state of a group over time. So it provides a bunch of really cool features, but it doesn't really have any say in how are you going to do identity and how are you going to do delivery, which is important for how we want to use it. So we know, NIP04 leaks metadata. There's some, research that says that potentially it actually leaks your keys. If you send enough NIP04 encrypted messages, it actually eventually will give an attacker enough data to reconstruct your private key. I don't know if that's totally true. NIP44 is the second, kind of encryption standard that they came out with about 1.5 years ago, 2 years ago. It's definitely better, but it has no forward secrecy or post-compromise security. And NIP17 takes NIP44 and combines it with gift wrapping to make secure DMs that aren't able, no one can see who's talking to who, which you can do with NIP04, but there's no way to do groups with NIP17. It's basically, again, a pairwise encryption protocol, and it has its own problems. So these were just not fit for purpose for what we actually wanted, which was large, secure groups that had forward secrecy and post-compromise security. So how is MLS different? MLS is effectively an evolution of the Signal protocol. It takes that idea of a double ratchet, which is where you get the forward secrecy and the post-compromise security, and it applies it into a binary tree structure where the members are the leaves of the tree, the bottom leaves of the tree. This gives you the ability to do very efficient key derivation, and it means that instead of having to change, having to send all of the group keys to all members of the group, you just need to send the keys along your path to the root of the group. So everyone knows the private keys on just their path, but everybody also has a cryptographic guarantee of the state of the group at any given point. There's actually a second tree that I won't talk about here, but the ratchet tree, this tree chem, is sort of the identity cryptographic guarantee thing. The keys in this tree are then used to kind of populate this shadow tree that's called the secret tree that sits behind this. That's where the actual message encryption secrets come from. So it's kind of, you can think of it as kind of 2 layers to the same thing. It's the same structure. It's just they're a little bit separate when you get into the actual weeds of this. Just like in Signal, we do things in epochs. So everything in an epoch happens, and this is where those cryptographic keys in the background do things that are slightly different than what the keys on the actual tree chem do. But on each epoch, you've got these rotating message keys, and then when the group state changes, that's when the epoch rolls. So if you add a member, if you remove a member, if you change the name of the group, anything that's part of that cryptographically guaranteed state, if you change that, that's going to roll the epoch and make everybody have to roll their keys. So like I said, when you add a member, this is what's going to happen. You basically are going to add a member as the leftmost open node in the tree. And if there is no open node, you basically go to the root, double the size of the tree, and start a new leftmost node. Or sorry, rightmost open node. This is incorrect. I guess it depends on whether you're looking at it. But this then upgrades the tree in a very specific way. You send whoever does this is basically, an admin of the group in a sense, in the Nostr sense. They're going to create a commit, which is a special type of message in MLS. That commit says, this is exactly what we're changing about the state, and here's the new keys you need in order to do this. And they send that commit to everybody in the group. These are the only type of messages in the MLS protocol that have to be processed in a certain order. So commit messages are the one thing that have to be done in order. Everything else can arrive out of order and be completely fine. But if you apply a commit in the wrong order, you effectively fork the group. So this is the one place where there's a little bit of trickery with Nostr to get this right. So once everybody in the group applies this commit, that's what changes you into a new epoch. Then all of a sudden you've got all of the keys that you need in order to progress. And the person who created this commit, who added the participant, they send a welcome message to the new member that's in the group. And that welcome message holds the new tree state. So the new member doesn't have any of the past state. They have no way of decrypting past messages, but they have everything they need in order to move forward with the group. Remove participants is basically the exact same and opposite, right? You create a remove proposal or a remove commit saying which leaf are you going to remove from the tree. You actually just remove it and leave it blank. This is another piece of MLS. There are ways to do tree compaction over time, and for large groups that have a lot of changes, that's a really important part of keeping this tree manageable in terms of its size. But the idea here is you just delete the keys along that path, regenerate the keys along that path, and update whoever needs to be updated. And again, there's a new commit message, the whole group rolls forward, and the person that used to be in the group has no idea about the state that it rolled to. So because we're doing this constant, tree rotation, key rotations, we have really great forward secrecy, with one caveat. The forward secrecy, the way that those path deletions work, mean that you only get forward secrecy along the path plus a little bit. Let's just call it that to keep it less technical. Path plus a little bit. That tree or that branch of the tree gets good forward secrecy when things change, because lots of the other keys in different paths don't change. Because the people on that side of the tree, so let's go back to this. In this position here, when we delete A from the tree, the keys all the way up to the root change, right? But the keys over for C and D don't change. And that's a benefit of MLS and why it becomes much more scalable. But it means that B is going to get a forward secrecy update because it's going to get a new key all the way back to the root, but C and D are not. They're going to have a somewhat improved forward secrecy, but really something on that side needs to change for them to get perfect forward secrecy. Post-compromise security works in almost an identical way. Because we're rotating those keys on a regular basis, any attacker that somehow gets a key in here is going to be shut out pretty fast. And so there's really good mechanisms for group healing over time. Everything is also authenticated. And so, every change, every message gets authenticated and is authenticated in a way that pretty much is guaranteeing the whole state of the tree and the whole state of the group. So everybody in the group knows cryptographically for sure who else is in the group, which is actually something the Signal protocol does not actually give you. You get clarity on certain parts of it, but not on the whole tree as one whole. And you get sort of deniability with the way that we've done it with Nostr. And I say sort of because deniability, in my opinion, is by far the hardest thing to get in an encrypted system. We do this by not signing the internal messages. So when you send a message to a group, you don't sign it. It's a Nostr event, a specific Nostr event, but you don't actually sign it. And that's done on purpose so that if those messages internal to a group, if there was an attacker in the group and they leaked all those messages to relays wouldn't accept them. So those messages can never be publicly moved around the network. But of course, if they pull out those messages, they can show, hey, this was the conversation, this is what it looked like. None of them are signed, but I don't know that that's actually going to hold up very well. So, in a court of law, that's the kind of thing that they would just go, look, this is what it said. And, probably a jury is not going to understand, yeah, but the messages weren't signed. So how do we apply this to Nostr? Because that is the basic structure of MLS. All it cares about is this tree structure. MLS, like I said at the beginning, does not care about identity, and it does not care about the delivery mechanism. So how do we take care of those things with Nostr? So the NIP that defines all of this stuff is NIP EE. We've gotten into hexadecimal NIP numbers, and this is the NIP I wrote almost exactly a year ago that describes exactly how all this functions. So if you want to go check that out, I should have had a link here, but you can go and find it online. It's pretty straightforward. One benefit here is this makes MLS decentralized. This is, as far as I know, the first implementation that's decentralized that actually works of MLS. Blue Sky is dying to have this, but they can't because of their crazy PCS system. Mastodon has a proposal on how to use MLS, but it completely leaks metadata all over the place, so it's actually really not that secure. We're probably the first and only one that's got it to a point where it's completely secure metadata and message content-wise. Groups also can change their relays over time, which is really important. This is where we get the censorship resistance. Groups can have multiple relays that they're sending messages to. These relays, if one of them shuts down, one of them disappears, one of them blocks the group, they just change. That's a commit to the group that says, hey, we're now changing the state of the group. These are the new relays we're going to use. Move forward. Nostr, or MLS, gives us incredibly scalable operations for large groups. Instead of being linear, it's O-log-in for group operations. These are the things like welcome messages and commit messages. Sending messages to the group is actually way better. We actually only have to send a single message to relays. So instead of having to encrypt to a bunch of people, you literally encrypt one time, one message, and send it to one relay, and that's it. And all the people in your group know where to look for that message. And so it's incredibly lightweight. There's also a proposal right now which is moving forward, but is still not finalized with the MLS spec people, which is called MLS Lite. And this is a way to do, really massive groups and make joining those really massive groups and make, for most clients that need to do this, incredibly fast. There is two hard parts, or two parts where very large groups will give you very large payloads that you have to deal with. And that's when you join a group or when there's a commit message that rotates things. Both of those in very large groups can become big. And so MLS Lite is a way to keep, for most clients that aren't admins, it's a way to keep those packages really, really, really small. So you can have a group of 5 million people in theory with MLS, especially with MLS Lite, and most clients that join that group are going to still have sub-second times of actually processing the group on the way in. It's obviously private. That's the whole point of end-to-end encryption. We have done everything we possibly can, and I think we've done a pretty damn good job of basically making this completely metadata protected. The one and only identifier that is publicly visible is a group ID value that can change over time. So we don't use the actual MLS group ID, which is an unchangeable value. We come up with a second one that is something we can rotate within the group. And we can actually run multiple at the same time. So you can spread your group out over multiple different group IDs on relays, which further makes it more difficult for people to sort of triangulate how many people are in this group, how much activity is there. Another cool thing is relays have zero knowledge of group membership. Because you're not publishing anything to relays under your own pub key, they have no idea who's actually part of a given group ID. All they can see is a relative amount of activity in a group. So they can't even tell, is this 10 people, is this one person, is this 1,000 people. They just know this group is more active than this other group over here. And this is very interoperable. MLS is built off of the same concepts as TLS, so there's a bunch of very strict rules on how you use cipher suites, how you use extensions, and how you signal your usage of those things. And so you upfront have to say, hey, we're using these extensions and this cipher suite, and if you don't accept those, then you can't, you're not going to interoperate with us. And so this makes it straightforward for clients to say, hey, we're doing this in the Nostr way, and these are the things we do, and these key packages are the ones that you can use to join these groups. Another very cool thing is that MLS allows you to update things like cipher suites over time. So you can start in a non-quantum resistant cipher suite now, and then transition a group into a quantum resistant cipher suite later on without having to actually shut the group down and start a new one. Okay. There are multiple MLS implementations. The one we're using is the OpenMLS Rust implementation. There's also a C++. There is a brand new TypeScript implementation. It's literally a month and a half old. In theory, it's 1.0. I have yet to kind of dig through the details, but we're going to work with this developer and figure out how to, build the layer on top of that does all the MLS stuff, or does all the Nostr stuff. I have worked really closely with the Open MLS folks and with Yuki, who is the maintainer of the Rust Nostr library, to build the Nostr MLS crates. So those are ready to go right now for anybody that is building in Rust. And like I said, we're going to work with the builder of the TS MLS package to build our own Nostr MLS TS package. There's only 3 new event kinds that were required for this. We have key packages, which a key package is basically something that you, wanting to be able to do messaging, like this, need to publish ahead of time. So this is you saying, here's a key that's not my Nostr key that I want you to use to invite me into groups. So you publish this on relays, and that's basically a signaling mechanism to say, I actually can be added to an MLS group. Without a key package, clients like White Noise have to show you that, like, hey, this person, we can't add them to a group. We don't know what the key that we could use would be here. Key packages can also be transmitted, though, through QR codes. So instead, like if you wanted to run in a really paranoid mode, you wouldn't publish a key package to relays. You would do all of your connection with people in person or out of band somehow. And so you would be able to say, here's a key package for me, like send it via QR or a big link or something like that through Signal or through some other mechanism. So key packages, it's just like it's a thing. You've got to have them ahead of time before you can be added to any groups. Welcome events are those events that I said, once you add somebody to a group and the group commits to that change, that person that added them sends them the welcome event with all of the state they need in order to kind of bootstrap themselves into the group. And then group events are those commits, proposals, and group messages. The things that you have to send to a group that say either this is a message to display to the group, this is a change that I'm proposing to the group, or I've actually committed this change to the group. Everybody else has to deal with this now. Like I said, the only one of those that actually has to be processed in the correct order is the commit messages. Everything else can arrive slightly out of order. You can hold on to keys for a little while for a certain number of epochs, to be able to process messages that arrive out of order. But those are the simple group events. Does anybody have any questions on any of that stuff? I'll kind of pause because I went through a ton of things there. Yes.
For the key package events,
Yeah.
Hello? Yeah, so for the key package events, you were saying like, oh, you can share them over QR codes so you don't see like who's being invited to groups. Could you also just like NIP4DM those to people instead? And like, can you have like multiple versions of it, or are you fixed to like one key package event per user?
No, you're not limited to one key package per user, and in fact, you have to rotate those. MLS, the spec itself says key packages should only be used once, and they're pretty emphatic about that. However, we use a little thing called last resort key package, which means that they can be reused, but we also then rotate those key packages as soon as possible. And we also, as soon as you join a group, at least in White Noise, as soon as you join a group, we do a self-update, which rotates your signing key within the group, which is another way that we sort of improve forward secrecy for the whole group, but also means that, if somebody were to try to reuse that key package in the same way, for a replay attack, it wouldn't work. But yeah, you can send it however you want. It's just that you really only want to send and try to keep them, used as, I guess, as few times as possible.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Is it the welcome event that contains like the ratchet tree for
Yes.
MLS? Okay.
Yeah, so you send the entire ratchet tree in a welcome event. In MLS Lite, which again isn't ready yet, but in MLS Lite you send a really cut down version of the ratchet tree, but it's still a similar thing.
Yeah, and how does that scale for a number of users, or the size of that message?
Yeah, it scales. It scales linearly, basically. Now, the ratchet tree isn't all of the data, so it's not. For very large groups, that does become big, but it's up until I did a bunch of tests a while ago, and it's like, with standard MLS where you're sending people the entire tree, you get to like 350, 400 users before it's even like 60K. So it's still pretty small. But for the idea of like Nostr events being somewhat limited in size, it starts to bump into that limit, fairly quickly.
And do you have to swap out like the contents of that welcome event every message or just every user?
So the only time you ever see a welcome event is when you are being added to a group. The rest of the group doesn't have to get a welcome event.
Or like how often does the group's welcome event need to change?
It is, you generate, basically a welcome event is generated for like anytime the group state changes and somebody has been added to a group. So when you add, and you can add like 50 members, and that outputs one welcome event that you then send individually to each of those 50 people that you just added to the group. And so I guess the answer is anytime somebody's added, it's a new welcome event that gets used.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm thinking if you have 10 people adding, 5 of their friends each at the same
Yep.
time, is it every time somebody joins, then they have to somehow synchronize on a new welcome event in order to add the next person?
So you can add multiple members in. So think of it this way: there are, there's two ways to do this. If you had a group like that where you were expecting a lot of, people adding lots of other people, you would probably use a proposal system so that you could batch all of those adds into one commit. And that way, you have 10 people adding 5 friends, then you have one commit with 50 people that has one welcome message, and
Gotcha.
that gets sent. So, but again, it's not, even if you did it in 5 separate steps, all you're doing is 5 separate commit messages, and those each have, different welcome messages, but it's the job of the person adding those people to send those welcome events.
Gotcha.
So the group itself is not responsible for anything there other than, hey, here's the thing you need to send out to people.
Cool. Thank
Yeah.
you.
To what extent do you still worry about network level privacy and being able to profile people reaching out to relays that would host the groups?
I mean, IP address is always a thing. So if you want privacy there, you're going to have to use a VPN or Tor or some proxy, or, that is an also unsolved problem on Nostr. Is there are lots of ways to get better privacy there, but there's no perfect solution. Yeah, that's an issue. Like the way I kind of look at white noise is I want it to have the features to be the most secure thing possible, and I want to feel totally happy going to Oslo to the Freedom Forum with HRF and handing this to people that live in really, really horrible places and are fighting against the governments there. I want to feel totally happy that we've done everything we possibly can, and it's super secure for that use case. But that's going to limit a whole lot of other things. When you are using individual Tor circuits per group, per user, it just slows the thing down. You're not going to have all the features you might otherwise have. You're not going to want to load group images from certain things. So I think there's ways to do it, but you've got to be really, really careful. Yeah. Okay, I've got 1 minute and 44 seconds, so I'm going to keep going here. One thing that I'm really, really excited. Oh, you got.
I don't know if you unplugged your HDMI
back.
cable there. No?
It's back.
We're good.
Yeah, it just went to sleep. Okay. One of the things I'm really excited about with this is the interoperability piece. Like we said before, this is the first decentralized end-to-end encrypted messenger that I think has a real chance of working. But this has taken me a lot longer than I had hoped, principally because I've been building from the library level up rather than starting from the client level down. I wanted to make sure that we had something that we felt was going to be plug and play for most clients. Client developers are busy with a million other things. They're not going to take the time to learn MLS. And if you've got clients that are different and they do something slightly wrong, you've broken the security guarantees for the entire group. So we need to be really, really sure that we're giving them tools that they would have a very hard time of breaking. So these are the apps that we're already talking to that we know are super interested in these sorts of things. Most of the top row are Nostr clients. One that I'll call out specifically, I know Francis and those guys at Bull Bitcoin are super excited for using this exact thing for doing multi-sig coordination in the Bull Bitcoin app. So there's a ton of things across the Bitcoin world where this sort of super private, super censorship resistant communication is going to be really, really important as well. And that's it.
We have some time for more questions. We're going to be kicking off the hackathon presentations, not presentations, the kickoff in about 15 minutes, so we've got a little bit of time before then.
Okay. Alex, Mike.
Yeah, so given that it's been really hard for Nostr to encourage people to stop using it for today.
Yes.
Have you thought about like how we're going to encourage people to upgrade to obviously even more complex upgrades?
So I think the easiest thing is just going to be clients are going to turn it off. You know what I mean? Like the reason people use it is because it's in Primal and it's in Damus and it's still in Amethyst. And I know for a fact that Primal and Damus have not done NIP 17 simply because they know that this is coming. And they're like, we're not going to do one thing and then immediately have to do another thing. NIP 17 also has a lot of problems. The outbox model and the inbox model of how you send messages to somebody's signaled relays don't always work properly. Or rather, it's really, really hard to implement it properly in a client to actually make it work. So, you know, even Vitor with Amethyst, like he's done all that stuff and he's implemented all of it, and he's like rewriting all of his relay code right now because of all the weird things he's figured out about it. So I think the best way to do this is just we're going to go, you know, client by client, make sure they implement it really, really well, and then make sure they turn off NIP 04. And the same with NIP 17, to be honest. Like I think it's useful for certain applications, and I think people will still use it for stuff. There's really no reason to use NIP 04 for anything at this point.
Cool. Thank you.
Ben, you guys should just like sit together. It'd be easier.
It's okay, I get my steps in.
So talking about like migrating off NIP 04, like not just DMs, but there's like NWC, and I think there's probably a million other protocols that like use NIP 04 encryption. Are you going to try to migrate those as well?
Yes.
Awesome.
Absolutely. I mean, those sorts of things definitely don't need MLS, right? Because MLS has this whole overhead of you're creating a group, you've got to have key packages, like there's a bunch of stuff there. And so I think for things like NWC where you've got, you know, like a one-time communication you need to make or an every now and then communication, I think NIP 17, some evolution of NIP 17 could work better. That said, if you're going to set up a connection for NWC and it's going to be really long-lived and you expect it to be really long-lived, it might make sense to just use an MLS group. So,
yeah, I mean, I could see like a group chat of NWC being useful, of like you spreading it across messages, or like I have 7 wallets that I can control, so let's just pair them up in a group and stuff like that.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. The fact that you can make multi-party groups with those actually does help in some cases. Yeah. Any other questions? Anybody think this is totally insane? One final little thing. The goal here is to also just get all of this stuff audited, probably towards the end of the year. Like I'm not a cryptographer. I got totally nerd sniped by NVK to look at this stuff. I watched everybody not do anything about this for ages and finally was like, I guess I'll fucking try. So I think the solution is like kind of left curve here. I'm worried there's some, you know, bugs in the closet and things, but we are going to try to go through a formal audit process and get all this stuff really properly looked at and make sure that we're not missing something dumb. So it's still experimental for sure. And this is why, again, I'm not giving it to activists in, you know, Central Africa anytime soon, but hopefully soon.
In a world of watchful eyes, freedom is forged in the shadows. In Riga, builders gather to reclaim privacy and sovereignty. This is Bitcoin++ Privacy Edition. Join us at the frontier, August 7th to 8th, 2025. In a world of watchful eyes, freedom is forged in the shadows. In Riga, builders gather to reclaim privacy and sovereignty. This is Bitcoin Privacy Edition. Join us at the frontier, August 7th to 8th, 2025. watchful eyes, freedom is forged in the shadows. In Riga, builders gather to reclaim privacy and sovereignty. This is Bitcoin++ Privacy Edition. Join us at the frontier, August 7th to 8th, 2025.
Cool. We're just going to get started then. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the conference. This is going to be a workshop about ASMAP, and I think it should be fairly short going. We're going to run ASMAP and show you how to use it in Core, which is really going to be about getting set up, pressing play, and I'm going to talk to you for 10 minutes while it actually runs the thing, and then you'll have a document, and that's about it. Hopefully this should be done in about maybe 20 minutes, and we'll see what other talks we can go to after. So my name's Julien. I have been working on ASMAP since about October of last year. I had a grant from OpenSats to work on it over the winter, and I just started a grant to work on it some more this week, or last week. I took over the project from Fabian right here, who took over the project from Gleb Naumenko back in the day. And yeah, so it's a feature of Core that people don't really know or use. So I'm going to teach you how to use it, since it's actually become a lot more usable in the last handful of months and years. Handful of months, really. So let's do setup. We'll start with setup, and then we'll get into the meat of the kind of discussion after that. So this is really all you need for setup instructions. There's a repo at github.com, asmap/cartograph. There's a README there with a bunch of setup instructions, but really the short version is if you use Nix in this repo, you just run nix develop, and you should be set up to run the script that we're going to use. If you don't have Nix, don't want to use it, you probably have Python installed, in which case the only other dependency you need is RPKI client. You should have that in either apt, DNF, whatever package repo you use with your operating system. It's in Homebrew as well, I believe. Yeah. So yeah, feel free to do that. Let me know if none of these are workable for you or whatever. Let me know and we'll come fix this up. We have not tested this on Windows, so if you're using Windows, I'm not sure I can help you. And yeah, I'll give you guys a few minutes and let me know if you need help. I should make sure I'm ready to go too. I'll do it. Come around real quick. So yeah, when you think you've got it set up correctly, run the little verify command here. It says python-m scripts.check, and it'll tell you with green stuff everything's good to go.
I forget 1.7 is set up
for people that are not using the environments. Once you have Python and RPKI client, you do also need to install the Python dependencies, right? So there are a few Python dependencies. You can pip install -r requirements.txt, and it'll download the dependencies you need. The script will also tell you what you're missing, but pip install will do it for you. And apparently, yeah, we need to check the working with .venv, which we haven't tested in some time, and apparently doesn't work very well. You're set up. You're good to go. You're good. You're almost good. You're good. Super. Do you need help? One of my goals, but I have now converted someone to Nix. The day is starting strong. Okay, if you're all good to go with the environment, go ahead and run the run command, which is just run map. And if stuff is happening, raise your hand. If it's blowing up, well, yeah, okay. You're right. All right. If it's going well, say nothing. If it's blowing up and your command doesn't run, please raise your hand. You should be downloading stuff. You should be downloading lots of things. Oh, we are really stress testing the conference Wi-Fi with this project, by the way. All right, so now that I've walked you down this plank, we're going to learn about what is actually going on. This is a script. It's going to take anywhere between 7 and 15 minutes, and it's going to compile an ASMAP for you. So in that meantime, we're going to talk a little bit about what ASMAP is, what's the point of this feature, and why it's been a feature in Core for some time. So the goal for ASMAP is essentially to prevent an Eclipse attack, amongst other attacks, but the main thing you can think about is that one of your nodes can get eclipsed if all its other peers are feeding it a quote-unquote wrong version of the blockchain, right? Or wrong blocks, and giving you a not fully decentralized view of what the Bitcoin network is, right? So the way that Bitcoin networking the way the Bitcoin networking works is that we make sure that your peers that you connect to are in buckets made by networks. So, we use the /16 addresses of your networks to put all your peers in boxes. So we say, we don't want the majority of your peers to come from, say, 210.19 network or any network of that kind. If you're Amazon or if you're Cloudflare or if you're a large internet provider, you don't want all your peers coming from that one place because they could easily start feeding you bogus data about Bitcoin, right? So it's really a question of how do we actually keep Bitcoin decentralized. So the default mode, like I said, is doing /16. Over the years, big providers of networks, Amazon, Cloudflares of the world, governments, have acquired more and more networks. And on top of that, they trade them more, right? So it's very hard to keep track of who owns what and like what is exactly Amazon's address space or what is Cloudflare's address space, etc. So one approach to solving this, it would be knowing what the administrative entity that owns those networks is. And so when networks get given to entities on the internet, you have your regional internet registrars, there's 5 of them, we have the European one, we have the American one, et cetera, and they allocate network address space to what we call autonomous systems, right? So an autonomous system is an AS, and a autonomous system controls one or more subnetworks that can be of the same /16 or completely different, right? So all ASMAP does is go and fetches all that data from various means, which I'll describe shortly, and provides you with a map of the autonomous system to the network that it owns. And so when you pass that map to core, instead of just looking at the /16 networks to bucket your peers, it will look at the autonomous system that owns them. So you're basically going a level above just the networks to make sure that your peers don't end up under one single autonomous system, regardless of the amount of networks that they control. Yes? I'm sorry, say that again? Yeah. Not necessarily. So yeah, let's talk about what a /16 network is. So in this case, I have this network A that's got under an autonomous system. All autonomous systems are described by their number. A /16 means that it will own all the IP addresses under 210.19 and below, right? So below in this case means that it'll own everything from 0 to 0.255 of that address space, and every 0.1 through 255 below that, right? So it's a very large address space. We're talking about a significant number of address spaces that network is allowed to allocate, right? And you can have smaller or bigger. This is what we call a bit mask, but like a /24 will only be the last thing past the dot. This is not technical terminology, but and a /8 would be everything after the first dot, right? So very, very large address spaces. And the way the inter-networks network is that they tell each other which routing place owns the right to broadcast those IP addresses or broadcast under that IP network, right? And this topography of the internet is mobile. It changes all the time, and it defines how our networks work at all. So we called the script that you're running now called cartograph because it's a cartographer. You're mapping the map of the internet and who owns what. So like in this little diagram, for example, imagine that you have 2 networks and they're under separate autonomous systems. You aren't running ASMAP, your core is running, and you are peering with these different networks. They're on different ASs, everything's fine. Then the next day, one of the ASs allows the other one to use that network, transfers it, it now has authority over that subnetwork. And so in the second one, you would still be peering to both of them thinking that they are separate entities and that they are, they are independent. But in fact, they are owned by the same autonomous system. So these could be like, one day this was, a home network and a node under Amazon. On the second day, they're actually both nodes under Amazon, but you didn't know that. And Core doesn't know that, right? So the point is but in the second situation, if you were running ASMAP, you would be able to tell that that was the case, and you would actually peer them separately. Does that make sense? The objective? Yeah? Cool. So the question is, so the feature that has been in Core for a long time is the ability to take in an ASMAP, right? And that's like well and good. Like your peer management system can use this, and this works fine. The question is, how do we actually compile these maps? Like, how do we get authoritative information about who owns what address space on the internet? And this is the problem is the internet in this case. And one solution that people have come up with is, well, wouldn't it be nice if when regional internet registrars allocate IP address space, they make cryptographic attestations about who's allowed to broadcast them, so that people that own this IP address space can then sign and say, look, here's an attestation that's been publicized by our regional registrar that I'm allowed to broadcast over this space, that I'm allowed to own this network and advertise IP routes that belong to this network. And this is what the project called RPKI is. So when you run Cartograph and you compile this ASMAP using this script, the default one is to just use RPKI, right? Because it's cryptographically verifiable. We go out and fetch all this data from a decentralized set of databases and attestations. We download them all locally, and we verify that all the signatures are valid. And at the end, you only get valid signatures for the networks that have been announced, right? So that's what your machine is doing right now, right? It's downloading all this data from all these decentralized databases and verifying that everything is valid, right? However, RPKI is a fairly recent project, and so this graph shows the number of valid RPKI routes that have been announced over time. So, that it's Jan 1 for every year on the x-axis. So as of, this is what, maybe March of this year. So in 2024, we crossed the 50% mark. We're edging towards 60. Europe is at like 98% adoption of RPKI, which is awesome. America is around 44. But ideally, this will trend upwards, and we will have a more cryptographically verified route announcement internet. And this would be a huge win for security on the internet as a whole. And it would be good for Bitcoin. It would be good for any internet user around, right? So this is why we make this the default in Cartograph. We also, but obviously, like, there's a lot of IP address space missing here, right? So if you want to have a full map of the internet, you need to go fetch stuff from elsewhere. So we use something called IRR, which I always forget the acronym of, Internet Routing Registry. Thank you. The Internet Routing Registry, which is basically an open set of databases that take all the announcements that have been made and make sure they try to issue out a list of the ones that it thinks are correct, right? There's another one called, yeah. Yeah, really good point, right? So IRR has been the default, right? And has been the way we map the internet for a long time, and it's what a lot of people use and have always used. And for us, it's kind of our secondary backup because it has more visibility on more address space, but we use it as secondary because we prefer to use the cryptographically verified RPKI system. right? Yeah. Yep. Ballpark. Yep. Yeah, that's the idea, right? Yeah. I mean, an ideal scenario would be that 4 or 5 years from now, we are at above 90% in RPKI adoption worldwide. And hopefully, like the last like 10% is easier. I don't know if that will end up being the case. Probably not. But it will be at that point very good enough, right? So think about, you know, the number of Bitcoin nodes out there, the number of ones that are on ClearNet, and which percentage of those are going to be contained with 90% of the address space of the internet. Very likely at that point, right? And yeah, so at that point we'll be in a very much safer place, and that's good, right? Yeah, we'll need to download one data set, right? Yeah. And now there's plenty of good tooling around RPKI. You know, we use RPKI clients. The cartograph script does this for you. There's like I think a Routinator that's pretty good for getting RPKI data and a few other things. So yeah, call your congressman or whatever. That's true. This is true. It's resource strapped, and it's always a small group of people working on it. Very bright people, and that put out a lot of good work. But for the importance of the project, it is, yeah, shockingly under-resourced, let's say. Yeah. Yes. No. Sorry. This is the internet as a whole, right? So this is a percentage. So this is a percentage of nodes that have a public, valid RPKI route announcement. So the amount of routes on the internet that have a verified route announcement, right? And so the yellow one is the ones that don't. So, right. Yes. Yeah. So, oh, okay. Yeah. It yeah. Yeah. The point is to make sure that your peer management system on in your core node is not. Yeah, right. So I mean, important caveat to this, which I should have said, is like, if you use Tor, I2P, all these things, this problem does not apply to you. I mean, it applies to you only to the percentage of your ClearNet nodes that are on your node, right? So that's an important thing, right? If only 20% of your peer connections are ClearNet, then like the percentage of them that are likely to be, yeah, No, it's cool. Yeah, sorry, does that make sense? No. Has the script finished for you guys? I meant to run it along each slide and I got spaced. You're done? You're done? Super. Did you finish? Okay, cool. So what's the first hash? They said result file hash. What is the like first, I don't know, 6 characters of it? 46B5D. Is yours different? Different? You're still running. Okay. Ruben? Different. What's yours? Okay. What we try to do when we build this for Bitcoin Core is to make sure that like everyone ends up with the exact same output file so we run it at the exact same time. The problem with RPKI is that it's a decentralized set of databases, and some of them refuse a connection because I don't know why. Sometimes maybe they're overloaded. I doubt it, but it's kind of a best effort thing. So I was kind of curious to see if this actually everyone ended up with the same hash because we got all the same data from the same places. In this case, we didn't. If we looked at all the data, it would probably be a very minor difference of like you're missing 1 or 2 networks that someone else has. Yeah. Decentralized system is going to decentralize. Yep. Yeah, but the question then becomes like, what's the authoritative one, right? The thing you could measure is like, what's the uncertainty metric at any given point in time between 2 people looking at our PKI, right? You could do something like that. I mean, there's no like final answer of like, oh, I got every single node, and I know I got every single bit of data from nodes that are constantly broadcasting new RPKI announcements, right? And like companies do this. Cloudflare has an entire product suite around this stuff. Cloudflare? Yeah. So it's like an RPKI monitor, API that you can just query and it'll tell you what new route announcements were, RPKI or not actually, but yeah. So the last thing I wanted to go over is, the important part, which is how to actually run Bitcoin D with this thing. So there's only 2 things you need to do. In the contrib ASMAP tool, so this contrib folder has a bunch of tooling. One of them is ASMAP. It's only got 1 Python script, and it's got a few commands. And the one thing we're going to do here is take that final output ASMAP file and encode it to binary for Bitcoin Core to use, right? So you're going to take that, yeah. It's also compressing it, correct, yep. Yes. So you can take the path to whatever that final result file we just output with the cartograph script and run the ASMAP tool encode thing, and that will encode it to binary. And then all you need to do for running Bitcoin D with it is that when you start Bitcoin D, you pass the ASMAP flag with this binary file that you just created. You can also just have it in your config file of like a set path. You can like have cartograph run this script every day, output the final result, encode it to the same path, and have it in your config file in Bitcoin D, and Bitcoin D will automatically pick up your latest ASMAP you created, or whatever. And this will kind of happen in the background. Bitcoin D will just use this ASMAP information, and you'll see some logs that are ASMAP related. Every 24 hours will tell you like what your coverage of peers is for ASMAP, etc. But that's it. Right? That's all. Yes. Yeah, so I didn't run this here, but so if you look at cartograph here, it'll create an out file, and it'll have a bunch of timestamps, and these are just the timestamps that the run began at, right? So I didn't run this, but I've got an October 7th one, and if I look at out/that, I'll have I have an RPKI folder. Well, actually, yeah, that's why I should have a final result file, and I don't. Which one would? This one will. Yeah, so here you'll have a final result file, and this is what the output file for cartograph will look like, and you'll have the beginnings of an ASMAP. So if you're looking for that path to final results, it'll be under out/timestamp/final result.txt. Right? And so if we go to the Bitcoin D folder, you have a checkout of the Bitcoin Core source code. In it, there's a contrib file. In it, there's an ASMAP folder. And in it is the ASMAP tool. And yeah, it's got a README with instructions and examples of the various commands. And that's how you run this command. Yeah, 5 minutes. Any questions, comments, concerns? Cool. All right. Well, I guess let's leave it there. Thank you. But that's all our time. Thanks, everybody.
I can stay close to it. That's fine, no problem. Yeah, I'll try a different port, and then I also have a adapter in my bag I can try.
You think it's the adapter? Let me get it. Different resolution set. Recognize it. Let me go to my system settings. Oh yeah. Try it for the laptop. Yeah, I can try.
Put it back in and maybe try different resolutions, maybe. This is seeing decimator. It's communicating. I need to run some commands a little bit.
Maybe I can just put this
On the ground? No. Or maybe put this on a chair. All right, you ready to go? All right, thanks everybody for coming to the talk. UTXO Oracle is an open source program that anybody can run from their own node to get the Bitcoin price directly from their node without going to a third party. So it fits kind of nicely into the privacy theme of the conference, not having to contact an external source. Just so I know how much background it gives, is anybody like first time hearing about UTXO Oracle, or you generally have heard about it? First time heard about it? Okay, I'll give a little background on it. You know, a common problem with checking the Bitcoin price is you got to go to a website, you got to pull up an app, you got to go to an exchange. Maybe this exchange doesn't work in your country, and you know maybe the API that you're using to get the Bitcoin price is kind of wrong. So this program just lets you get the price from the node itself, kind of just another one of those third-party programs that we can cut out. But in this presentation, I'm going to try to convince you of something a little bit more important than that. I'm going to argue the thesis here that the historical Bitcoin price chart will be the on-chain price. So what defines what was the Bitcoin price over the past decade will not be a record that comes from Coinbase or from some source. The signal that is on chain for the Bitcoin price will become known as the reference price, or just what the price was. So I'll see if I'll be successful in convincing you of that. Gonna do this talk in 4 parts. First of all, how in the world is the price even on chain to begin with? Then I'm gonna do a little demonstration where I just download the program and run it. Just takes about 30 seconds to run, depending on your, how fast your computer is. Number 3, I'm going to get a little abstract and talk about the philosophy of code, just about kind of different kinds of code and how UTXO Oracle is more in the Bitcoin philosophy. And Bitcoin did not solve the Byzantine generals problem directly. It solved it through a kind of soft consensus statistical way. And that's how UTXO Oracle goes about solving the Oracle problem. And finally, I'll wrap up with FAQs, criticisms, and benefits. This isn't brand new. It's been around a while, so I've had time to get all the criticisms on Twitter and stuff. Been responding to those, so I'll just go over a few of those common ones. If you have any others, though, feel free to ask them. How in the world is the price even on chain to begin with? The way I'm going to do this in this section is not even going to show anything about UTXO Oracle in this section. Everything I'm about to show is just RPC get block. This is just information that you get from your node. So no Oracle stuff right here. And I think the easiest way to show this is to just do a chart of every Bitcoin transactions that has ever happened. So just going to take a second to go through these axes here because sometimes people stumble on it. This is the date that the transaction occurred, obviously 2009, 2025. And this is the amount of Bitcoin in the transaction, specifically the transaction outputs. So every transaction output that's ever been transacted on Bitcoin will be in this chart somewhere. The y-axis there goes from 0 sats. We've got some op returns at 0 sats all the way up to 1 million Bitcoin. There's always a controversy over how you denominate small amounts of Bitcoin. Sorry, I didn't use millibits or megasats or whatever the trend is these days. I put the cutoff right here. So 10K sats right here, 0.001 Bitcoin right there. When I first started making these charts, I didn't really make this y-axis high enough. They might know what the largest amount of Bitcoin in a single output has ever been. It's actually 500,000 Bitcoin in 2011, but we have not had an output over 1 million Bitcoin. But just take a second. So what I'm going to do is going to load the first half of this chart. Think about what you expect to see here. Satoshi's outputs right here. Early Bitcoin activity, how finished transactions. Here are all the transactions up until 2015. So this is what we expected to see, 50 Bitcoin right here. Remember that this is log scale, so we're jumping up powers of 10 here. Early Bitcoin transactions, there was that 500,000 transaction right there in 2011. You can see a little bit of 0 op return outputs in the beginning. The dust limit, if you remember, is around 500 Satoshis, a little bit less for SegWit, but it's going to be around this area, but it didn't really get started until later on. And you can see that the most common Bitcoin output is 0.01. So the resolution of this grid here, obviously I can't have a pixel for every single block. The resolution is monthly on the time axis, so 12 steps in between each one here. And on this graph, I'm going to dial in and get higher resolutions as we go on. But on this graph, I've got 10% in the Bitcoin range, so 10 steps in between each power of 2 there. And so what do we see here? We see that very little in the beginning, 2012, 2013, we started getting in the green area. Gray is 1 output, purple is 500,000, yellow is 1 million. It'll get hot here as we go later on. Green is, in the area of maybe 100,000 or something like that. But pretty few transactions early on. Do you guys have a idea of what will happen when I load the rest of this stuff? Down? Yeah. So it's gonna get hot, but I remember early in Bitcoin days, we all thought like, yeah, no one's going to spend smaller amounts of Bitcoin, or it's only going to be these nation states settling billion-dollar transactions online or on chain. This hasn't really happened. So if you haven't seen these charts before, you might be surprised at exactly what happened though. So here is every Bitcoin transaction to date. Starting in around 2016, 2017, maybe a little bit earlier, what happened was that phone wallets started giving you the option to just denominate your transaction in fiat instead of in Bitcoin. So right here, everybody was doing round amounts of Bitcoin. No matter what, people like round amounts, whether that's round amount of Bitcoin or round amount of fiat. Like 90% of transactions are in round amount of something. That's just kind of a human behavior. So you can see people sending a whole Bitcoin kind of peaked right here. Kind of not as many people send a whole Bitcoin anymore. A lot of people sent 0.01 Bitcoin back in the 2018, 2019 area, not as much as anymore. 0.001 is actually the most common amount now. Just a couple of these other things on the edges before we dive into the middle part here. Interestingly, the most Bitcoin that people send hasn't really changed very much. If you look at how this dies off at the top, it's interesting that this is kind of the same. We've got the dust limit that was really good at restricting low outputs. Now we're in, well, what are we calling it? Sub dust limit summer or something like that. So we see a little bit more dust limit activity, below dust limit activity here. This low area right here is mostly inscriptions that were really popular. 2023, 2024, not as much anymore, but that's all this activity here. But I think it's kind of hard to argue that when you just look at like, okay, what's the first thing you see on the map of all transactions ever? There's really only one thing happening, and that is this, which is the price of Bitcoin. This is obviously the primary feature of the blockchain. Like when people are deciding how much Bitcoin they want to spend, the number one and 99% reason of what output they chose was the price. And that's exactly what this shows here. So why do people send 0.001 a lot right now? Because that's what? $100. People have always spent $100. No matter what Bitcoin amount that is, that's what people want to spend. So we're going to dive more deeply into this region here, and I'm going to show you how the UTXO Oracle operates on a higher resolution of this area. But before we get in just specifically the USD price, like just think about it in terms of purchasing power. So my vision for UTXO Oracle isn't so much about the USD price as it is just the price of houses, the price of stakes. How do we track the purchasing power of Bitcoin just using Bitcoin itself? And I think this is like the way to do it. So when I zoom in on this region here, I'm also going to flip the axis upside down just because we're all used to seeing that nice price chart going up. So this next graph is not going to change the Bitcoin amount, it's just going to flip them on their head. So now we're looking at 2015 to 2025 at a weekly resolution and a 1% change in Bitcoin amount here. And this is every transaction that has happened in that region, in that range. And I think it's pretty striking that these price lines appear so well. I can go ahead and load a price on here, and please forgive me, I got this price from a third party. Got this price from a centralized source, and even worse, I got this price from the U.S. Fed. So in America now, if you're like a lawyer and you need some official price for a court case of the Bitcoin price, and it needs to be official, what you do is you go to the Fed has a website, the St. Louis Fed. It's the same website that gives you those money supply charts, you know, it looks all official. They just get theirs from an API from Coinbase, but this is the official Bitcoin price. And I hopefully, you know, you won't argue with me that these indeed have to be people's spending amounts related to the Bitcoin price. I think it's kind of hard to argue that that's not. While we're on this chart, number one frequently asked question, especially in Europe, is it only dollars? Like, do you see euros? Again, my primary answer to that is like, I'm just interested in fiat prices. I don't really care. But because whatever reason, US dollars used internationally or whatever, 90% of these round amount prices, probably like 95%, are the US dollar. It could be that they're highly correlated, but I mean, just look, the US dollar and the euro are correlated, but they're not that correlated. I mean, haven't they changed like 20% this year or something like this? So I think if you were to see it as another strong currency, it would show up here. And it really just doesn't, for better or worse. So now I'm going to walk you through the step-by-step process where I try to clean up this signal. I try to make the price lines appear more clearly, and then I run the algorithm on it. The first step is to just remove taproot. So this noise right here was my first problem. How do I get rid of that? Just remove taproot. We take away a little bit of the signal, the price signal there, but that also gets rid of like 90% of what I call noise. One person's noise is another person's treasure. I get that, but for my purpose here, I'm trying to find the price, so that's stuff I want to remove. The next step is I just remove round amount of Bitcoin. This is kind of easier said than done in a way, because sometimes round amount of Bitcoin is the same thing as round amount of dollars, especially when you're like right at $100,000 or something like that. Since I'm doing this in grid histogram bins, what I did here is just averaged over the two bins neighbors. Another way you could do it is look at the entropy of the digits of the output. People spending around Bitcoin, if you just run a Shannon entropy calculation, that's going to have a low or a low amount of entropy, whereas someone that's converting from dollars is going to have a high amount of entropy. That's probably going to be built into the next version of UTX Oracle. Next thing I do is I remove transactions that are like batch transactions, consolidations, mixes. I found that like transactions that have a ton of inputs and a ton of outputs don't really add a lot to finding the price, so I remove those. And then the last thing I do is I don't really care about the raw amount of transactions. What I'm looking for is proportions. I'm looking at like what percent people spend $100 versus not $100. So instead of looking at raw amounts, I just convert this to daily totals. So this is the weekly percentage of people spending UTXOs at different amounts. Projector's not making this look as nice as it looks on my laptop, but I can promise you as you zoom in, these lines get cleaner and cleaner. So the next question is, which round amount is which? What is that? Is that $25? Is that $50? Is that $40? Like, how do you know which is which? This is the one sense in that I do use a rough estimate of what I know the US dollar price to be. But a common misconception in UTXO Oracle is that I use some Bitcoin price as a seed and I start it there and I see where it goes. That's not how it works. The only way in which I use external knowledge of the Bitcoin price is just by knowing what this entire line is. So all I have to do is I know that generally Bitcoin was something around $1,000 right here. And Bitcoin was something around $10,000 right there. And Bitcoin was something around $100,000 right there. just general sense. Once you know that, all you have to do is multiply. So what's $100,000 times 0.001? That's $100. You can do the same thing right here, same thing down here. This is $100. Do the same thing there. That's $50. Go up, you know, 1 decade from 100, you get to 10. Go the other direction, 1 decade from 100, you get to 1,000. 10,000 I think is down here. Pretty much all round amounts are visible somewhere. So now that I have that knowledge, what I did is I went back and I wanted to say just like, what is a prototypical day? Like if you were just gonna say like, okay, just make a graph and just show like the ideal Bitcoin day of people spending different percentages of round amount of USD, what would that look like? And the way to do that is just go back and just add all these up and just take the average and see what the average day is. So that is what happens when you look at what the average Bitcoin spending day of USD is. Most people spend $100. Second most is $50. The percentage here is 1%, but remember this is kind of a subset of the overall data set, and I already removed a lot of data in my filtering. Also, there's a number of data points on this spike here. So there's probably like 5, you have to consider the width of the spike here. Yeah, that's the euro right there. Yeah, right next to it. So, you know, if someone were to ask me, like, what do I guess, what percentage of Bitcoin transactions are people spending exactly $100? It's like 5 to 10%. It's a lot. And that's just $50. I mean, that's just 100. You also have 50 right here, $20, $10, $5, $200. These are the common ones that I see, $1,000, all the way up to $10,000, and even down to $1. So something interesting is like even though transaction fees were over $1, people were still sending $1. I think I still sent $1 a couple of times just to prove to somebody, you know, sometimes it's not all about just wasting $1. Sometimes it's just about, you know, showing some noob that it works and you just want to pay $2 to send a $1 transaction. So that was still happening. Another thing I want to point out about this chart is, like, don't look at the spikes for a second. Look at this. I mean, look at this bell curve. It's not a coincidence that this bell curve is centered around exactly $100. Sometimes you don't even need the spikes. Like sometimes you can just look at the bell curve and say, like, what is the center of the bell curve? And that'll tell you exactly what the Bitcoin price is. Just the general nature of people spending Bitcoin, the center of that thing is always going to be reflective of the average purchasing power of Bitcoin. And that doesn't have anything to do with US dollars or euros or whatever. It just has to do with purchasing power, yeah. Oh, that'd be interesting. Yeah. I have not tried to do that, but that's a good idea. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff I want to do with foreign currencies. It's just that it's almost, you know, the same way that I removed the Bitcoin amount, the round Bitcoin amounts, it's almost like I need to remove the US dollar and see what's left over. But what you're saying is just look at the, yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, I'll check that out. Any more questions about this part? Because now I'm going to move into a demo of like how you can run that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it generates a web page. I'll show you that in the next section. Yeah. Yeah, so I only do it one day at a time. You know, to run these kind of charts that I'm doing right now takes, yeah, it's like syncing a node, you know. So I just showed you like the price of yesterday or something. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's an option. Let me show it to you. I'm about to get to it, yeah. Yeah. It was growing. Taproot transactions were growing like crazy for the past 2 years, but it seems that they're dying down a little bit. There's an interesting report from the guy Orange Surf at mempool.space who just looks at the value, the total value in different address formats. And it's pretty clear that Taproot is only used for very small value transactions. But I think it's on the decline, or maybe Taproot will just be used for larger transactions. Yeah. Yeah. I think so. Okay, so the next part of this, we're going to get into more of a demonstration. Oh, actually, let me give you one more just kind of brief visual. This will just take a couple seconds for how the algorithm works. There's a lot of ways that you could go from this knowledge of what a prototypical transaction day is to some kind of algorithm that searches for where this fits on the data every day. There's probably a million ways to do it. The way I've decided to do it for the versions is just by superimposing this kind of thing on top of the data on a single day and just sliding it down. You know, how well does that fit there? It's really like a very simple way to do it. So you just slide this down, see where it fits best. It fits best there. Once you know where this fits, then you know what $100 of Bitcoin was at. So $100 is this amount of Bitcoin. Just divide, and then you get a price. You know, do this on every single day. I've done this on every single day back to 2020, and it works pretty well. And so if I compare these two, I've made the Fed Bitcoin price a little bit wider here so you can see where the UTX Oracle fits, and it's dead center. So there's no real difference when you consider that price itself has variation. Like there's different exchanges have different prices. There's open price, closed price, high price, low price, and every exchange has all of these. They're all different. So within the variations of the exchanges themselves, like UTX Oracle is no different. And you know, the longer I think about this, you know, UTX Oracle, when you think about when people are making on-chain transactions for around USD, they themselves are getting this price from somewhere. So it would make sense that UTX Oracle is already a very natural average of all the exchange prices. And like one step further is that like the people who are doing this are people who know how to make a Bitcoin transaction, which is a small, very knowledgeable subset of the people that buy Bitcoin. So this is an average that's taking from every price source that people can use, probably more that get into cell phones, and it's the average done by people who know how to use Bitcoin. So it's kind of a nice subset and averaging of the exchange prices. All right. So now hopefully I'll answer some of your questions here. I'm going to run this from the node. Yeah, my GitHub is unbelievable. I also have this hosted on my website, which you can get to. I bought the domain utxo.pro. I'm glad I got that before. Isn't there a company called UTXO now? I'm glad I got that domain before they did. Simplest way to download it is just use the curl command on your terminal, and then you can run it with one command. Curl. Yeah. Run it with curl command. Okay, so let me make this window a little bigger here. All right, so I am in a fresh directory here. I just cleared it out. The only thing that I have like installation-wise is Python. So if I do Python 3 version, you have to have Python 3 or greater. That's the only thing you need. There are no third-party dependencies in here. There's not even a pip install. Like, of course, I should have used, and I do use myself, NumPy to do all the like crazy histogram heat map stuff. I just hate making people install third-party, so I just rewrote all the programs that I needed to write in just vanilla Python, just to make it easy for everyone. So you can go from not having UTX Oracle on your computer to having UTX Oracle computer by just typing this command. It takes a whole 1 second. UTX Oracle is now installed on your computer and ready to go. And then you can just run it Python 3 utxoracle.py. Like I said, it runs pretty quickly. Connects to your node, use RPC, your like default cookie credentials. Finds the first blocks. This runs yesterday by default. I'll run it in recent block mode as well. It loads every transaction for every block, so just think about every block's 1 megabyte or whatever. It's loading 144 blocks, so it's doing kind of a lot. Yep. Yeah, it does. So I've experimented with so many different ways of doing that. Let this price pop up real quick, and I'll show you. So right now, it's trying to locate the center price. After it does that, it's going to make an HTML page and serve it up here. So this just automatically runs. It just opens up that in your browser, and this is the price from yesterday. So all of this data was data that came from your node. Every dot is an output. The algorithm has found that these are the outputs that have US dollar price information in them from all different round numbers, so US dollar, $50, or everything. And you can see that that price line, this is actually kind of a noisy day. A lot of times the price line is more clear than this. And then the reason I'm quoting 114.097 as the consensus price is that after I get all of the price points and I put them in some reasonable estimate of the price that was found by that stencil gliding algorithm, that thing's not perfect, but it'll get you within 5%. After you get a good rough estimate, just put all those points together, just throw them and just say that's the price, then make that plot. If that price wasn't perfect, then this thing won't be in the middle. This thing will be like up here or down here. So then I have an iterative algorithm that just constantly looks for the median and recenters. So what was the median of all of these prices? If it's up here, shift this entire thing down to the middle, pull in more prices from the top, pull in more prices from the bottom, calculate the median again. If it's moved, then shift again, and just keep doing this until the median converges. So when you do this, one of two things is going to happen. Either it's going to converge on a stable price, or it's going to oscillate between two prices. So like the first time it repeats a price, just call that the central price, which is kind of cool because that means that the thing I'm going to quote as the consensus price for the day is an actual Bitcoin transaction. So somebody won the award for defining the central price of the day. So this is how I dial into like a very accurate estimate of the price. And I was going to get back to your question about, oh yeah, what does it generate? So let me just show you this. So all this does in this directory now is just utxoracle.py and the HTML file that it generated that shows the chart. The script itself is, if you want to look at it on my GitHub, I guess you were just looking at this. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, the heat maps are very data intensive. To generate that heat map, I have a lot of efficiencies built in. Like I've written my own SQL servers. I store the blockchain in different ways. And so like just generating the heat maps from a Bitcoin node yourself, probably going to take about like a week of runtime. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I can make that kind of stuff available if people want it. Each month, yeah. Sure, yeah. Yeah, I have noticed that, like, heat maps, people like my heat maps more than anything else I post, so. I mean, my dream is to have this kind of crazy website where you can just zoom in, like Google Maps, like Google Earth style, and just zoom into different. Yeah. 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 For that, I would just probably go with a different Python script that I've written. I probably wouldn't use this one. Yeah. Right. The website has the graph. The heat maps don't come from UTX Oracle at all. Yeah, it's UTX. The heat maps come from my SQL server where I just have the data nicely formatted. While I'm on this UTXOracle.py script, one of the things about this code is I wrote it like academic style, like just kind of there's a table of contents, so the script just proceeds like top to bottom. You don't have to like jump around to functions or anything. Each step of the algorithm is just listed by line number, so you can just scroll down to the line number that you're interested in if you want to see how that step works. No, I don't have easy median calculation in this script. No. Let me just run this one more time though. So if you type in UTX Python UTX Oracle.py -h, this gives you the help. There's only a couple options right here, but I let you run it on whatever day you want to. Going back, I think this version goes back to 2023. If you want earlier than that, you probably need to use earlier versions. If you got a weird path to your directory, oh yeah, that was the other question you asked. So how do you get access to how do you write a program that gets access to the user's directory and their configuration file and their blocks file and just has an RPC password and a cookie? Like, there's a million ways to do this, but through a lot of research, it seems like the easiest way to do it is just to look for the cookie file that's automatically generated the first time you make an RPC request. So now, in current versions of Core, enable RPC. RPC is enabled by default, so RPC server. And what happens is the first time you call it, if you have not set up a username or password or made a cookie file, it makes one for you. If you did, then this thing will search through all of the directories that should possibly contain it. So it'll read your config file. It'll look for your cookie directories. It'll try to find it somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, PyBitcoin kernel. Okay. Okay. Sweet. Yeah. It sounds like a pip install. Yeah, there are no pip installs. There will never be any pip installs in UTX Oracle. No third parties. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So I plan on like adding libraries like that when I make integrations. Yeah, I think something like that would be really good, especially if you're integrating. People are like, have you integrated with Start9 yet? When I start integrating with Start9, it's just pip install, pip install. So it's like something like that would be like pretty good when integrating with other products, I think. But just for this kind of version, I'm going to keep this version as clean as possible, even if it runs slower. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no, I probably will end up using stuff like that when I work with other projects. Yeah. About to go? Okay. 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 Sounds great. Thank you. All right, so let me just skip forward a little bit in the presentation. Go back to this. Let me just breeze through what I was kind of interested in telling you guys about earlier, how UTX Oracle shares Bitcoin's design philosophy. What did Bitcoin say? What's the problem with money? All the trust in third parties. That's the problem with money. Same with UTX Oracle. It tries to cut out the third-party price provider. What does Bitcoin assume about humanity? That nodes will be acting honestly. At 51% of the nodes have to act honestly. UTX Oracle depends on people spending honestly. Actually, that was that last one. Oh, the natural human tendencies. Yeah. Natural tendency for miners to self-interested profit. Natural human tendency for people to spend in round numbers. Like I said, we assume they spend honestly. Confidence with confirmations. You can't get the price in one block of data. You need lots of data to get the price. The more blocks of data you have, the more accurate your price. Same thing with transaction finality. Sometimes you have to wait 6 blocks before people are sure that your transaction went through. And finally, Byzantine's general problem was solved by Bitcoin in the same way that UTX Oracle solves the Oracle problem. So it's not a direct solution to the Oracle problem. But if you look at averages, you look at emerging consensus, I think this will end up being the way people think that the Oracle problem was solved. I went through a lot of these FAQs and criticisms already, so I'll just go ahead and just breeze through them. Can't wait till US dies. Happy for it. Currencies besides USD, not really. Maybe we can figure it out somewhere, but the bigger deal is that the broad curve tracks purchasing power. Will people always spend around USD amounts? This is an advertisement for the Honey Badger conference tomorrow. The most OG cypherpunk Bitcoin conference in the world. Round amount of fiat. Everyone will always spend in round numbers. Is it gameable? The one thing that's cool about the gameability of UTX Oracle is we kind of know how much it costs. It's going to be a function of the transaction fees that you have to run. There's 500,000 outputs per day. Most of those contain price information. You got to outrun that benefit. So this is a mutable, accessible historical price record that merged through decentralized people acting. Not one person wrote this price. You don't have to use an API or trusted third party to find out about it. For privacy's sake, you can use your own sovereign node. This is open source code. One thing that I mentioned a little bit, but not very much, is that there's no paper trading. If there's flash crashes on the exchanges, maybe people who make on-chain transactions aren't going to make on-chain transactions. So maybe you see less volatility with crazy things happening in this price because there's no paper trading prices. There's a Bitcoin transaction for every price point. So in conclusion, is the price on chain? Yes. The price is kind of the only thing on chain. The reason people choose their Bitcoin amounts is because of price. That is the number one thing that decides how much Bitcoin people send is price. Run it yourself. I showed you how you can run it yourself and see it. I've argued that UTX Oracle is a statistical solution to the Oracle problem. And when historians ask what the price was 10 years later, my hypothesis is that they're not going to ask Coinbase. They're not going to use the API. The answer is very clearly on chain, and so that's what the historical record will use. So, thanks, appreciate it. You guys asked all your questions, I think, during it. So, is it time to go? Or do anybody have anything else? No. Okay. Yeah. 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 Mm-hmm. somebody has to sign. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. 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 Okay. Yeah, thanks. Gotcha. It would cost a lot. Yeah. 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 Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Thanks for that. I can talk to you more about that offline. So it sounds like we have a hackathon to go to. All right. Okay. Anything else you need from me? All right. Thank you, guys.
In a world of watchful eyes, freedom is forged in the shadows. In Riga, builders gather to reclaim privacy and sovereignty. This is Bitcoin Privacy Edition. Join us at the Frontier, August 7th to 8th, 2025. In a world of watchful eyes, freedom is forged in the shadows. In Riga, builders gather to reclaim privacy and sovereignty. This is Bitcoin Privacy Edition. Join us at the frontier, August 7th to 8th, 2025.
Okay, well, welcome and thank you for being here. I'll be talking about privacy at the network level. I'm Claudia Diaz. I'm Chief Scientist at Niftynei SA. It's a decentralized VPN. I will not be talking about that in this talk, but if you're interested, I can talk about that later. I also have an academic background. I was a professor in the University of Leuven, full-time for many years, and now I'm still there part-time. The work I'm presenting here is partially based on a paper where we looked at the anonymity of Lightning Network and Dandelion, and we found that we found it a bit lacking. So just to give you an outline of this talk, I'll first kind of set the scene by talking about which use cases we are focusing on in this presentation, and what are the threat models of interest, and some design choices that make a difference in how the system is implemented. So I will be referring to those. I will then go into explaining Dandelion and Dandelion++, what's the main idea, and how we model it, and how we analyze it, and then some evaluation results that show that the anonymity is pretty low if you have corrupted participants. And I will do the same with Lightning Network, just very brief introduction, and then explain the evaluation of how corrupted nodes would be able to try to infer who's the originator of a transaction. I'll then review what solutions we can are out there, external systems that could maybe be brought into the picture, and whether they address or do not address some of the identified threats, and conclude with some takeaway points. Okay, so what are the use cases that we're interested in this talk? Is mainly, so one of them is anonymous broadcast. Okay, so basically we have a transaction, and we have a set of possible originators, right? So the set of possible originators is known, the transaction is seen, in the broadcast is eventually a public transaction. And the privacy property that we want is that nobody who's seen this transaction should be able to link it to the originating node that sent the transaction. So in this case, if it's the green, ideally you have no idea which of all these dots, the nodes, is the one that originated it. So this is one use case, and this is relevant for Dandelion. Okay. The second use case is relevant to Lightning, and here we have two parties transacting with each other privately. So obviously they know who they are transacting with because they are engaged in some exchange. But here the property is that no third party that is not one of the two involved in the transaction should know which two parties are transacting, right? And the observation here is the transaction itself, and this, again, the set of entities that could have originated it. I will be referring to entropy as a measure of uncertainty to measure anonymity, right? So entropy measures the uncertainty of a random variable. In this case, the variable is the identity, right? So the variable in these two cases, you see that? Yeah. In these two cases, the variable would be 10 values, right? So each value is one of the identities, and we want to know which is the correct value, which means the identity that generated the transaction. So the idea is that we should obtain a probability distribution, a conditional probability, which is that given that an adversary has seen a transaction, this is the condition, given this, what is the probability that each of these nodes, B1, B2, B3, B4, B5, is the originator, right? And then this is a distribution that will sum up to 1. Because, yeah, if you have a full view of all the possible originators, then you have a probability for each of them. And the entropy of this distribution is telling us how much uncertainty we have on this identity, right? So just to give you a sense of how entropy works, if entropy is 0, that means that I have full certainty that, for example, this green dot was the originator, and I am so sure the evidence is all 100% clear, this is entropy 0, right? And the maximum entropy you can achieve, entropy is a logarithmic, is log base 2, so it would be the logarithm of the total number of entities. That means that they're all equally likely. I have no idea which one is the right one that originated the transaction, and I have maximum uncertainty. So this is kind of the range. This is where you want to be. A very anonymous system. You have no idea which of all the possible entities, which one was the one originating the transaction. So besides that, I will be talking about something that is related, but a little bit on the side, which is and linkability between payment and network identities. So even if you are transacting with someone, you might want to reveal your identity, your payment identity, your key, who you are in this logical system. But that does not necessarily mean that you want to reveal your network address, which also reveals your location and stuff like that, right? So given participation in the network, ideally, no party should be able to link the payment and network identities of a participant. Okay, so this is kind of to set the scene. What are the threat models we're concerned about? Two main threat models. The first one is network adversaries. So these are, for example, ISPs or autonomous systems or backbone providers. It could also be on a smaller scale, you know, LAN or Wi-Fi operators, although those have a very reduced visibility. And the idea of this adversary is external to the system, and they observe the underlying traffic being exchanged by these nodes in the underlying network, right? A global passive adversary can see the entire network, so this is kind of the NSA level adversary. Other adversaries might have partial views if they only have like visibility over a few ISPs, for example, right? In this case, we assume link encryption, so this adversary does not get any information about the headers within the protocol, because you can use TLS or noise or whatever. Oops. The slides went away. I just keep talking. So what was it? Yeah, the protocol headers are not available because you can have link encryption in the sense that whatever is exchanged at the protocol level, the Lightning level or Bitcoin, whatever, you can shield that from the network, so they will not be able to see headers, but they will be able to see who is sending traffic to whom, how many packets, how long are the packets, what's the inter-packet delay between packets, all of this, right? So for example, if you're observing a network, you might see that this one didn't receive anything, but now is sending something, a bunch of packets, and then this one immediately after is sending the same pattern, is forwarding to someone else, and then you can see that this one receives something and doesn't send, so this is the recipient, right? So just to give you a sense of how this would work. And the second threat model that we consider is colluding intermediary nodes. So in this case, for example, these two blue nodes could be malicious, and then they might be able to tell that green is making a transaction with purple, right? So this, they observe the traffic they route. They see the headers because they are part of the protocol. So if there is any useful information in the headers, they will also be able to exploit that, contrary to the network adversary. And these are basically participants in the protocol, right? Okay. So some design choices that to keep in mind, although I will not be relying too much on this, but they are kind of relevant. So routing through intermediaries, this is not a choice, this is a necessity. So if you don't route through intermediaries, then it's very difficult to obtain anonymity unless you go into steganographic transmissions, that you are hiding things and nobody knows. It looks like you're doing something. It's a whole other world. But generally, if you want to anonymize who talks to whom, you will need to route through intermediaries in some form. There is this distinction in symmetry or asymmetry of roles in the participants. So in peer-to-peer, you have symmetric participation. So every participant is both a user, an originator of transactions, and a service provider for others, a relay for others, right? So there is this symmetry. Everybody is the same. In client-server, you have the asymmetry that you have service providers that provide a service for others, and clients that consume this service, right? And then you can, I prefer this, I mean, for many reasons, but one of them is that it enables you to really focus on the properties you want. So from service providers, you want integrity. You want to make sure they're doing the job. They're following the protocol. They are doing the job they're supposed to do. But if they are not having any private information of themselves, then you don't need to worry about that. It's just about making sure they're doing the job. While consumers, they are not providing a service for others. They're just doing their own private things, and they need confidentiality. And then in terms of routing, there is also an important distinction, and Dandelion and Lightning are different in this respect. So Dandelion is source routed. This is the same as Tor, for example. That means that the sender, the originator of the transaction, of the packet, chooses the full path and enforces it cryptographically by encrypting the path, the packets multiple times for the keys of each intermediary, right? So this is one possibility. The other possibility is what is called hop by hop or random routing. This is what Dandelion does. And this makes sense mostly for broadcast. And here it means that the sender will pick a first intermediary, and then that intermediary decides who's the next hop, right? This you can only do when you don't have this layered onion encryption. Like everybody can see. Again, problem? I don't know what's happening. There's some timeout. Everybody can see the final thing because it's a broadcast, so it's going to be public eventually, right? And the question is who is diffusing this transaction, who is making it public. Okay, so let's move on to Dandelion and Dandelion++. So these are protocols to improve the Bitcoin transaction anonymous broadcast. And the goal is to anonymize who is the originator of a transaction, right? So this is proposed to mitigate attacks based on supernode plus timing analysis, where you have a node with many connections, you see who's broadcasting something first, and that allows you to infer who might be the originator. It's peer-to-peer, so it's symmetric roles, and it's hop-by-hop routing. So random routing, because it's broadcast, everybody can see the final transaction, and the question is, do they diffuse it directly, or do they not diffuse it directly? So the way Dandelion works is that it has two phases, right? So the first phase is the stem phase, or also called anonymity phase. And the second phase is the diffusion phase, which is that normal Bitcoin broadcasting diffusion of transactions, right? So the idea is that you have a privacy subgraph, which is a subset of the edges in the full graph of connections between the nodes. In Dandelion, this privacy graph is aligned, so you just make kind of a circle of all these nodes, and they all have one predecessor and one successor. In Dandelion++, it's a four regular graph, which everybody having ideally two successors, two predecessors, although it's difficult to get it exactly right, so it's approximate in practice. So the idea is that the transaction, if you're originating a transaction, you never diffuse it directly. You always send it to a successor. Okay, in this line privacy graph. And then you have probabilistic diffusion. So whenever you receive a transaction from a predecessor, you flip a coin with probability PF, you forward it to someone else in the line or in the privacy graph. With probability 1 minus PF, you go into diffusion, right? So going into diffusion is probabilistic at any time. This is an old model. This is Kruw was proposed in the 90s. It was similar idea. And the anonymity here comes from the fact that when you receive something from a predecessor, you cannot tell if this predecessor is the originator or just forwarding from someone that they received things first, right? The average number of hops is given by this probability of forwarding. So for example, if you're forwarding with 90% probability, you would have 10 hops on average. With 50% probability, 2 hops on average. Okay. So let's look at some graphics to see how it works. So let's suppose that BI is sending a transaction, is originating a transaction. So we'll always send it to the next one, and then the next one will flip a coin, and let's say that BJ is the one that flips the coin and says, okay, diffusion. So at that point, it's broadcast to the entire network. But of course, the entire network, if they identify BJ as the originator, it will be wrong, because BJ is just, going into the fluff phase, and is always going to be different from the real originator, who never does it probabilistically. The real originator always forwards. Okay. So let's look at the anonymization attacks. So if we think about network adversaries, they can perfectly distinguish a transaction origination from forwarding, because when I see that a node has received something and immediately after is sending it to someone else or going into diffusion, I know this is a forwarding, right? If somebody is doing something without having been received the same pattern immediately before, then they are an originator, right? So adversaries that observe all the nodes' communications, they can identify the who's originating things just by looking, even without understanding anything in the protocol, just by looking at who is initiating signals. So more interesting is looking at colluding participants that try to infer probabilistically who might be the originator, considering how the protocol works. And for this, we use a Bayesian framework. I will not go too much into detail, but just to give you a sense of how things work. We want to have this probability, given that the adversary saw a transaction, what is the probability that any honest node is an originator, right? You can apply Bayes' rule here. We assume, because we don't have any priors on who might be more likely to generate a transaction a priori. If you have that, you can incorporate it. In the analysis we did, we considered everybody was a priori equally likely. So basically, the adversary nodes, they know when they generate something. So the anonymity set that you have is basically n minus c, which is the number of honest nodes, right? So here, this is what you want to achieve, the probability that a benign node B generated the transaction that was seen by A. So you need the probability that they generated the transaction in the first place, which we consider to be the same for everybody. The probability that the adversary receives any transaction from anybody, And then this is the kind of the probability that if B1 sent a transaction, what's the likelihood that A will receive it? And by doing that for all the possible originators, you can kind of reverse things and go from the probability that B1 sends something, how likely it is for us to get it. Now, given that A got something, what is the probability that each of them generated it? Okay, this is all the math I want to show for today. So, okay, so let's look at very simple toy examples so you can understand how this works, right? So this is the red node is the adversary node, okay? And they receive a transaction. And now the question is, who originated this transaction? Can I infer it, right? So I'm going to go through all the possible originators and say, if they originated it, what's the likelihood that I saw it? So, okay, so if node 1, which is my immediate predecessor, originated it, then I always get it, because they will always send it to the successor, right? So that's one. What if there was the previous one in the line? So they send it for sure to the successor, and then the successor, it only gets to me if the probability of forwarding the coin landed on forward, right? What if you go one more? So now there has to be 2 forwardings that happen, right? So this is how you construct, you kind of generalize, and depending on the number of hops that separate you from that node, you can compute the probability that you receive something given that this other node generated it, right? And then once we have this probability for all of them, we compute the entropy, and that gives us the uncertainty over, it's a measure of uncertainty, because a probability distribution is kind of a lot of information. How do you boil it down to some number, right? Okay. Can you do better than that? Actually, yes. If you have multiple adversaries, imagine we have A1 and A2. These adversaries they know their position in the subgraph, and basically what it does is that the graph is divided into partitions, right? So for example, if A2 receives something, a transaction that A1 did not see before, that means that the originator must be someone between 1 and n, and not the others, and the other way around, right? So you are kind of even limiting, you're eliminating from the anonymity set possibilities. Dandelion++ is a little bit more sophisticated. It's very similar in the sense that it has a stem phase and a fluff phase, but the slides. But instead of having a, is it the, I don't think so. It looks like a timeout, yeah? Something is going to sleep. Okay, so here we have everybody has 2 successors instead of 1, right? And they actually choose, the originator chooses 1/2, who to forward, and the next ones, with probability PF, they forward, and they choose again 1/2 to which of the 2. Okay. So let's imagine that this is the graph that we have, and that this is the privacy subgraph where everybody has 2 successors, right? So it's a little bit more complicated than the line. But here what we do is that we want to compute, okay, if 1 generated a transaction, what is the chance, the likelihood that A received it? So we need to look at the possible paths from 1 to A. In this case, there are 2 paths, so 1, 2, 4A, and 1, 2, 3, 4A, right? These are the 2 paths. Then for the first path, 1, 2, 3, 4A, we can compute the probability that this path happens, which is that 1 chose 2 instead of 8 as successor, 2 chose to forward, and besides choosing to forward, it chose to forward to 4, and then 4 chose to forward and to also forward to A. That's okay. And we do the same for the other path, and then we can compute the probability that A will receive a transaction generated by 1 by looking at all the possible paths and the probability of each of the paths. You sum that and you obtain what you want. Okay. Here, if you have multiple colluding adversaries, you might also be able to do partitions. So for example, if A3 receives something that A2 and A1 didn't see before, that means that the set is between 5 and 10, and 1 and 4 are eliminated, right? Okay, so let's look at results, right? So we apply this kind of model. We did a simulation for Lightning. I mean, I'll talk about Lightning immediately after. We did a simulation where we create this line graph, the two regular graph, we generate transactions, and then we have, we choose randomly some of them to be adversaries, and then we see what happens, right? Like, what's this entropy of the, what is this uncertainty on the identity of the originator? So these results are for probability of forwarding 0.9, so that means that the average path length is 10, and 1,000 nodes. So for Dandelion, we see that if 5% of the nodes are malicious, okay, so that would mean 50 out of 1,000. If 5% of the nodes are malicious, the median, these are box plots, so the line in the middle tells you the median, so the 50th percentile, right? So the median is about 4 bits. So that means that my uncertainty is equivalent to being uncertain 1 in 16, because it's 2 to the 4, right? It's log 2. So it's basically, even though there is like 950 honest nodes that could potentially be originators, my uncertainty is very far from being 1 in 950. It's actually 1 in 16, right? You see that the maximum doesn't even reach 5, which would be 32, right? So it's like 1 in 20, 1 in 30. This is the maximum. And the minimum, some unlucky ones, these are outliers, get no anonymity. This is when your predecessor and successor are both malicious, and then the successor gets the thing and knows that you could only, you know, it could only be you who generated it. But generally, we see that yeah, the anonymity is pretty low. Now, as we increase the number of colluding nodes, as is to be expected, this gets just worse and worse. With 50%, which is admittedly like a huge, a huge collusion, the maximum anonymity here would be 1 in 500, which would be, if you had a perfect system, right? If you have a perfect system and 500 are honest, you have no idea which of the 500 was it. That would be an anonymity of 9 bits, actually. And instead of that, we have something much lower, right? So that's not great. What about Dandelion++? Also, we have here the transactions capture. So even with 5% of malicious nodes, 34% of the transactions go through a malicious node. Okay. What about Dandelion++? It does better, admittedly, than Dandelion, but still not ideal. So just as I said, if you have 1,000 honest nodes, the entropy that you want to have is 10 bits, because it's like a logarithm of 1,000. So this, even the maximum doesn't get to 10. And with 500, which would be the case here, you would have 9 bits. So as you can see, this is not really taking advantage of the possibility of having this anonymity set, that is the set of honest participants, is actually far from that, although admittedly better than Dandelion. Again, we see that some unlucky ones are fully de-anonymized. Another result that we have is that, okay, what if the network becomes bigger? Does the anonymity become better or not? So in this case, we are considering an adversary that only has 1% of the network. Again, probability of forwarding 90%. And then we grow this network from 1,000 to 5,000, right? And we see that, unfortunately, the anonymity is kind of the same. So growing the network and having more honest parties that could potentially be originators is not really adding to the anonymity set of these transactions. In Dandelion, it's a little bit the same, even though it minimally improves, but it's really epsilon. So in the sense that no matter how big this would become, you would still have the same anonymity set. So that anonymity doesn't scale very well. Okay, let's move on to Lightning. So as you all know, it's an overlay payment channel to improve scalability and anonymity in Bitcoin. And the goal here is that third parties that are not part of a transaction should not be able to know who's transacting with whom. This is the goal, right? This is the desire. This is, again, peer-to-peer in the sense that the peers are both initiating transactions and relaying transactions for others. But in this case, it's source routing. So the sender constructs the full route, kind of the onion package, and decides who are going to be all the steps until the recipient, right? The network graph is public, and all the nodes have access to it. And when two nodes have a direct connection, they do the transaction directly. But if they don't have a direct connection, they go through intermediaries. And these intermediaries, they are not so random, because you want to minimize the cost. There has to be like a viable path, and this path that cannot be too long or too expensive. So the best path is constructed to try to minimize the overall cost. It's not totally deterministic. Sometimes you have multiple paths that can be chosen. And also different implementations don't have exactly the same weights for selecting these paths. So these are like small complications. Okay, so if we look at network adversaries here, we have the same problem, right? Like the network adversary can see who originates, who forwards, who receives something and doesn't forward, and in this case you have kind of back and forth packets going, so it's even easier to kind of fingerprint what's going on and reveal who's transacting with whom. And private channels do not help, actually, because you still can see that these two nodes are communicating. You don't care about whether they are in the graph connected or not. So let's look at the more interesting case again, which is the set of corrupted nodes that... no, sorry. That's the next thing. If you are transacting directly with a peer, this enables your counterparty to link your kind of logical or payment identity to your network identity. You might not care because you might trust this other participant that you're transacting with, but in other cases that might not be the best. Might not be what you want, so this is a bit of a problem if you don't have any protections, that you're revealing your location, you're revealing your IP address. You might not want to do that in some situations. And now going to the more interesting case, which is transactions conducted via intermediaries, that we consider that there is a subset of participating nodes that are malicious, they're colluding, sharing information with each other, and they see the predecessor, whenever they are routing a transaction, they see the predecessor, they see the successor, and yeah, both this, not just the predecessor, providing useful information for the attack. In the case of Dandelion, it's only the predecessor, because the successor is unrelated, right? You choose it as adversary, so it doesn't really matter. But here, both predecessor and successor have information. Okay, so let's look at how this looks in practice, right? So let's suppose that our adversary A receives a transaction that is coming from 4 and is going to 8. Okay, and this is the graph, this toy graph. So the adversary knows that whoever is sending this transaction is trying to minimize cost, so it's not that they are going to go all around the network, right? So what we do is that we say, okay, what are the shortest paths? What are the shortest paths that could have this subsection of 4A8? Right? So for example, if we think of 1, right? So if 1 wanted to transact with A, it would go 1, 3, 5, 8, because that's shorter, right? So it wouldn't go through A. If 3 wants to talk to 8, again, would be 3, 5, 8, because it's shorter. So it would never go through A. Same for 5, right? 7, 9, and 8 are not even, connected in that way. So they are completely eliminated. So basically, as originators, only 2 and 4 are possible originators that could be choosing this short path to go to that other side of the graph, right? And in terms of receivers, only in this toy graph, admittedly, I mean, of course, in the real thing is more complicated, but just to illustrate, is the only potential receiver in this case, right? So there is all these constraints that you have a network, is not fully connected, you're trying to find short paths, and then somebody who's part of this short path sees the successor, the predecessor, and themselves, and then they can start asking, okay, who is having in this connectivity from my predecessor, having a shorter path that goes through me to the successor, right? And then we can use that to compute the probability of a node being the originator. I mean, you can do the same thing for the receiver, it's kind of symmetric. Okay, so we evaluated this, again, with a simulation. So we basically took the topology of Lightning. We assigned some nodes to be adversarial based on different strategies, and then we calculate the probability distributions of the transactions observed by adversary nodes, and then look at the entropy to see what's the uncertainty about the originator of this transaction. Okay, so this is how it looks like when we select the top degree nodes as the adversary, right? So here, this is a topology, it's a bit old, it's 2018, so it was a small network with 12,000 nodes. And then we say, okay, what if the top 1% degree nodes are malicious, right? So you take, if there is 1,000, 1,200 nodes, you take the 12 nodes with the highest degree, Okay, what if those are malicious? What kind of damage could they cause? So they would be intercepting 75% of transactions. Okay, 75% of transactions would go through these 12 nodes, and a quarter of them, the sleep essay again. And I kind of need to point to the graph. It came back other times. Yeah, it is. So we see that, so this is a box plot, so this is the median, and this is the third quartile. So that means that 25% of them have zero anonymity. That means that you can fully determine who the originator is, right? And then the next 50% are between 0 and 2 bits. 2 bits is 4, 1 in 4. I have uncertainty 1 in 4. And, and then, of course, yeah, some lucky ones, they do better, right? This is from 2018, right? 75% of transactions captured. 1%, the 1% top degree adversaries. How does it evolve over time? Not great, right? So if we look at 2021, the median anonymity is 0. So that means that, so these guys are intercepting 99.6% of the transactions, go through one of these 12 nodes. Well, in this case, it's not 12, it's like 90, right? 1% of 9,000. So these 90 nodes can fully identify the originator of half of the transactions, right? And then the transactions that are luckier, they have like 1 in 4 uncertainty, and then a few outliers that do better. Right, so not great. We asked the question, is this because we are taking the shorter path and we are a bit like strict on this? What if there is a bit more randomness and so on? It doesn't really change a lot. So here we do the analysis taking randomly 1 out of the 5 best paths, and we see that it's a minimal improvement. So not much hope there, right? So yeah, that's a problem. Can we solve it with other technologies? So I'm going to look very briefly now at 3 possibilities, like bringing outside systems and try to see what they can, if they can improve these problems. So traditional, say, centralized VPN, it enables the nodes to shield that network address from other peers, right? So this would allow you that if you're in Lightning and you have a channel with someone, that you're not immediately revealing your IP address. So that's something that you can achieve that you wouldn't have without this outside system. So it prevents this linkage of the payment identity, your kind of key that you use in the system, your logical identity, and your IP address that is location revealing in a way. If you have colluding nodes, no difference, right? Because these colluding nodes are just using the information they have before participating in the protocol. It's not like they are not going to the network level to try to get something, right? So no difference. Network adversary, I mean, you make it a little bit more challenging. Now the network adversary has to go through this VPN, so they have to be able to observe the VPN, and then they see the traffic going in, and then going to you, and then you send it back, and then it goes back. So it can still, you raise the bar in terms of the vantage points that they need to have visibility, but you don't really achieve a lot. And if you are introducing a new problem, right, which is an adversarial VPN provider. Now this adversary has a vantage point to see all your incoming and outgoing communications, and it can also, like the network adversary, distinguish between forwarding and receiving, because it knows when I just sent you something that you send me back, or I didn't send you something, you just originating something new. So not a lot of, you just achieve this first thing of like shielding your network identity. So what about running your node as a Tor Onion server? So here again, you're certainly protecting your network address from other peers. So you achieve, in the sense, the same as with a VPN. No difference for the colluding nodes again. The network adversary now has an even harder job, because now they have to have even more visibility to go through all these Tor nodes. So global network adversary can still trace. Partial network adversary might lose track of the communication. And adversarial Tor nodes, I would not say they are like a big concern in this use case, because you would have to either have an adversary that has many Tor nodes, or if they have few, they have to be lucky that just those are chosen. And even in that case, you kind of default to not using this at all, right? Like, if it's not like you're not like losing so much. You're just back to the beginning in a way. You lost the advantage. And then another disadvantage is that this can have availability problems for ClearNet only nodes that are not having the capability to connect to these other nodes. So there's some issues. Mixed nets are an alternative to Tor, where this is actually one of the things we're implementing. So same with the network linkage, and again, same in a bad way, that the network inferences from colluding participants are kind of a different problem that cannot be solved with having network privacy added on in the internode communications. The advantage here is that the network adversary really has a hard time tracing packets. Why? Because mixed nets, what they do, the difference between a mixed net and a system like Tor, is that the information is chopped in packets of the same size. Every packet is routed independently, so every packet is its own onion with the public keys that can be derived by those right recipients. And the issue here is that whenever an intermediary receives packets, it doesn't immediately forward them, right? So there's different mixing algorithms. The classical one is the Chaumian mix, which basically means that I receive n packets, right? Say 100 packets, and then I shuffle and I send them on in a different order. So now you have no idea which of the 100 inputs corresponds to which of the 100 outputs, right? It's a shuffle. This is not the only way to do it. Actually, we have a different way to do it, which is with individual exponential delays. So every packet is delayed by an amount that is randomized. So it's like a sample from an exponential distribution, right? And that also creates a mixing effect in the sense that if you have one packet coming in, a second packet coming in, and then one packet coming out, both of the two packets coming in are equally likely to be the first one to come out, even if one arrived before the other. So this is the memory-less property of exponential distributions, right? So the advantage of having this is that you can predict as a sender when your packet will be delivered, because you encode in the source routing, you encode yourself what is the delay that each of these intermediaries should apply. So you're not kind of waiting for the other 99 messages to get to the mix node so that it flashes, and then you have no idea if this is going to be 1 second or 10 seconds. And then the same for adversarial mix nodes. Is a bit like Tor. You would have to either control many of them or be very unlucky to improve, to make it worse. In terms of compatibility, it depends on how you implement it. We don't actually have like an integration for this, but one could think of an integration, imagine how it could work. So you could have like some sort of exit server that is reachable from the ClearNet, but that it kind of communicates through the mixed net to these other nodes that are shielding their identities, right? So this could be a way to get around the fact that you don't have to have this hidden service protocol running in all the nodes in order to be able to talk to these nodes. Okay, so I think I made it on time because I'm coming to take away points. So Dandelion, and Lightning actually have very weak anonymity for transaction originators, so no anonymity with respect to network adversaries, global network adversaries in particular, and very weak anonymity with respect to corrupted participants. And I think it's particularly bad in Lightning, actually. If you want to delink a peer's payment and network identities, then this is something that can be addressed with a VPN, with Tor, or with mixed nets. They have different properties in the sense that in one you have like a trusted party that then might not be so trustworthy. In the other case, you have maybe availability issues, compatibility issues, and yeah, for mixed nets, depends on how you implement it. It could be easier to reach. If what you want is to anonymize the transaction, so delink the transaction from the identity of the originator, then the only thing that can help against network adversaries is mixnet, because anything else, if these nodes are not a black box that the incoming and outgoing are kind of scrambled, then you can just follow things, right? And then in the case of colluding nodes, no external system can help, because this is about the workings of the protocol, right? So you would need to change how the underlying protocol works. And I wish I'd had like a brilliant idea on how this can be done easily. I don't immediately see how. In the case of Lightning, there is an inherent lack of entropy in the routing, because you are located in a point in the graph, you have a destination in the graph, and you have constraints on how you choose your route. So this is like not very random, right? So when something is not very random, any observation is going to allow you to make inferences. So people keep saying this about, Lightning is very centralized. This is a huge problem, and also the reason why we see that 99% of transactions would be intercepted by an adversary that has kind of the high degree nodes. But we also did tests using the Lightning with a random graph, right? So a random graph is very even. Everybody is connected to whatever 5 or 10 others, and nobody is like very high degree compared to others, right? So what we saw in these experiments is that indeed the adversary would capture much fewer transactions, because you don't have these big nodes that all the transactions are going through, so you go to a smaller percentage of transactions intercepted, but when you intercept a transaction, you can basically de-anonymize it in the same way. So it only would restrict the visibility, but it would not really increase the anonymity of transactions that are unlucky enough to go through an adversary. And in my opinion, this is a problem that is to some extent inherent to peer-to-peer architectures, in the sense that they have thin traffic. The network grows with the peers, so the traffic is kind of constant per peer, right? Like if all the peers have sending whatever 1 message per hour, and then you have a path length of 3, then everybody is routing 3 messages per hour, right? And then if you grow 10 times, it's still 3 messages per hour, because yeah, you have more messages, but you also have more participants relaying, right? So it's kind of thin traffic. It doesn't allow you to have this aggregation that is what builds kind of big anonymity sets. So yeah, not an easy problem to solve. So that's all I have for you. I am happy to answer any questions. This is, if you want to learn about NIM, I'm also happy to talk about what we are doing. It's basically a decentralized VPN that can work both in WireGuard and mixnet ways. And yeah, it's incentivized, so it's kind of a bit of a different animal from Tor. So yeah, this is all I have. Thank you very much. Yep, so if there is any questions.
Yeah, first, thanks a lot for the talk, and I think you're way too humble. Like, mixnets are the future, I think, of privacy, and it's what we need. One thing I would disagree with, and maybe like it's just a difference of perspective. You are saying that servers, we care more about their integrity and not about their confidentiality. But I'd say for many use cases, actually the servers require much more confidentiality, like when we're talking about free markets, for example, running on Onion services these days.
Yeah.
Like there you really want the privacy for them too, right?
Yeah.
And then we'd need to build kind of the peer-to-peer, like the symmetric privacy guarantees for both clients and servers into the protocol somehow.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I guess there are many use cases, I guess, yeah.
And I guess we can do something similar with like rendezvous routing, where you have like a common node in the middle where both connect to.
Yeah.
And I think you can do the same with NIM, right? Or with mixnets in general.
I mean, it's a very general technique, so you can, there's many ways in which you can use it, definitely. Okay, thank you very much.
In a world of watchful eyes, freedom is forged in the shadows. In Riga, builders gather to reclaim privacy and sovereignty. This is Bitcoin++ Privacy Edition. Join us at the frontier, August 7th to 8th, 2025.
everyone. I'm lollerfirst. I'm a Cashew developer. Been Cashew developer for over a year now. Today I'm gonna talk to you about overcoming some of the limitations of Chaumian eCache with using anonymous credentials. So I'm gonna start by talking about how Cashew works today. Then we'll talk about shortcomings of Chaumian eCache, and then we'll see how a new scheme based on anonymous credentials can help overcome these shortcomings. So, starter, Cashew blind editions. Another thing, I'm gonna assume that you know, you're familiar with the elliptic curve point operations, like scalar point multiplication, point addition, point doubling, and so on. And I'm gonna assume that you are familiar with the hashing functions, although it should be a fairly you should all know what the hashing function is. So in step 0, this is not really a step, but the mint Bob has previously published this public key, which is just A times G. A user, Elias, picks a random secret and then a random blinding factor, and then Elias computes a blinding message, which is just the this H function applied to the secret, which we'll explain later what it is, and then blinded by the random factor times the generator G. Then Elias sends this blinded message to Bob, and Bob responds with a signature on this blinded message, which is just point multiplication of its private key with the blinded message. And so the eCache node, so Elias then unblinds the signature by applying again its blinding factor to remove the blinding information from the eCache and recover the actual eCache node, which is X and C. So redemption is even easier. So by the way, this is the last step. Step 4 is what breaks the links, breaks the link between issuance and redemption. Redemption is even easier, as I was saying. Elias sends the eCache node X and C to Bob, and Bob verifies, just applies its private key to H of X to verify that it actually computes to C. So what is H of X, this function that we mentioned? This is a function that takes a value and maps it to a point on the curve, such that nobody knows the discrete logarithm relation of that point with respect to any other. This technique is referred to as stuffing up my sleeve, and H must be irreversible. Otherwise, if you knew H to the minus 1, you could for Gcache. Example, you pick some random scalar that compute K, which is this random scalar times G, then F, which is random scalar times A, where A again is the mint public key. So then you can just obtain a scalar by applying H to the minus 1 to K, and the eCache node is just X and F. So from the client side, blinding is not really enough to ensure linkability. Clients are not satisfied with just an eCache node. Here's an example. This is the simplest anonymization attack that you can do. The mint signs different blinded messages with different keys. So C is signed with A, and C prime is signed with B is signed with A, then B prime is signed with A prime, and B double prime is signed with A double prime. During redemption, the mint can try verification with the different keys, A prime, A double prime, until it finds the right one. which is only associated, with only one of the blind messages. So this is an attack in time ON. The anonymization attack number 2. This leverages additive blinding. So all the mint that has to do is negate its key, minus A instead of A, and assign the eCache with minus A times B. When the wallet tries to unblind this, the procedure described before, instead is tricked into double blinding. So instead of recovering A times Y, we get minus A times Y minus 2 times R, which is the blending factor, times A, the secret key of the mint, and times G. And during the redemption, the mint receives XC as usual and can apply some operations to get back B directly. So you can just do Y is the hash to curve of X, like we saw before, the function H of X. Then it can invert its key modulo the group order, so compute A to the power 21 and apply that to the signed eCache C, and thus obtaining Y plus 2 times R times G, and then can just add the nullifier Y to this point D. This way you even out the equation, you get 2 times Y plus 2 times G to R times G, and then you can just apply the inverse of 2 modulo the group order to just get back the blinded message directly. And this is just then just a lookup to the database to see where the blinded message. So it's 01. So therefore we need to prove, the mint needs to prove that the key A presented as a public key big A is the same key to used to sign the eCache. So if you remember in step 0 of blind issuance, we said that the mint presents A, big A. This has to be the same that is used to sign the eCache. That nullifies all of the attacks. So of course, possibly without revealing A itself. So we need the zero knowledge proof. And we can do that using the Sigma protocol. So here's how it works. We want to prove knowledge of A, such that A times B is equal to C prime. And A times G is equal to A. Big A. The prover can start by drawing some random scalars and producing 2 commitments, one for each relation, and then sending it over to the verifier. So just draw R from random uniform, and then compute R1 and R2 as R times G and R times B. Then the verifier responds with a challenge, which is just another random value. And the prover generates a response to this challenge, which is A times C masked with the random factor R from before. The verifier uses the same response to get back both of the committed values, and this is called an opening. So R1 is Z times G minus CA, and R2 is CB minus C prime. And you can expand this out to find out that this indeed computes back to the original commitments. So this, as you've seen before, this requires some interactivity. Requires 1 communication round, and we can make it non-interactive by using something called the Fiat-Shamir heuristic. So just derive the challenge deterministically from the hash of the transcript. The transcript is just what it was committed before. All of that was committed before. So the commitments are R1, R2, C prime, and the public point C prime and B. And just this goes all into the hash function, and we get a deterministic challenge, which is still random. So here we come to the problems with the Chaumian mini-cache. This is all extremely cool, but there is one fundamental problem, which is that the mint sees the amounts of each eCache node that it signs. And why is this a problem? So you might mint for 1337 sats, and this is a very specific amount, and it could be used to trace you across different requests. Because nobody else has this specific amount. So this is the reason why cache uses standard denominations, like powers of 2. You get a key for each denomination, 1, 2, 4, 8, and 16. The mint has those keys. And you force every client to create the desired amount. For example, 7 can be created by adding 4, 2, and 1. So the client will request 3 eCache nodes for 144, 142, and 141. So this is to increase the anonymity set, of course. But this is not an optimal solution, because you can do some statistical analysis, and like if you mint for a very large amount, and you can still be singled out, for example. And then we also have some consequences of standard denominations. Using standard denominations comes at a relatively high price. You get too many nodes, a wheelbarrow of cash. So then clients have to implement some solid coin selection algorithm. And coin selection is a subset sum problem and can be hard if the denominations are not powers of a prime, or if you have with the cache we have denominations, but there's fees that are added to them, so they're not exactly powers of 2. So you need absurd PhD levels then to simply select from your wallet. So and then you have to implement dust handling. So if you've used physical cache, you know that you would prefer handing out bigger notes, and then you will receive change, and then the change stacks up in your wallet, and you find yourself with 100,000 different 1 cent coins that you can never spend. So generally speaking, it would be much simpler if we could handle only one coin that encodes the whole balance. So now we come to KVAC, key verification anonymous credentials. We could replace the entire Chaumian scheme with a KVAC scheme, which is the same used in Wabi-Sabi, which is a KVAC CoinJoin coordinator scheme. The main difference with respect to Chaumian cache is that in KVAC we hide information about the node, such as the amount and possibly even the unit, although not recommended, inside a commitment. Then clients prove some properties of this commitment without fully revealing it. This would be much simplified, and I won't go into how the MAC is generated because it's just unnecessary for the scope of this presentation. So first of all, the mint and the clients have to agree to some public points which will be used for different purposes throughout the protocol, namely GA. So this H function is the same one that you've seen before, the hash to curve function that maps a secret to a point on the curve. Just clients and mints agree to these public points, which are just the hash to curve of some standard string. So GA used for the amount, GR used for the blinding factors, GZ used for masking, which we'll see what it is, and GV that is used for the masking of the MAC. Yeah, so as I was saying, H is the same function as before, the same nums function as before that maps random strings to public keys. So how does issuance work under KVAC? So first, the client chooses a random R and random scalar R and computes an attribute, which hides, for example, 1337 sets with blindness R, and this this attribute is just A times GA plus R times GR. Then the client produces a range proof. There is a proof that A is a small number between 0 and B, for some reason room bound, for example 2 to the 32. This can be done with a bunch of, there are many different range proof schemes, amongst which bulletproofs plus, sharp RSA, and also the naive range proof that you can, folklore range proof that you can find online. So the mint receives this attribute and verifies the range proof, and if this is okay, then it computes, it draws a random tag T, and it computes the MAC with T that hits the secret key, SK of the mint, and the attribute, then returns this T, this tuple TB. How does redemption work? The client randomizes the attribute that it built before, and the MAC for that attribute by applying the blanking term a second time under different generators. And this is why this is so fundamental that the relationship, the discrete logarithm relationship between GZ and other GR, for example, is not known. So it takes the commitments and randomizes them a second time. And this breaks the link to issuance. Then the client computes a public point set, which is just the scalar R from before times the mint public key, and produces a proof of knowledge of R and A, and also I might add T, such that I times PK is indeed equal to Z, and R times GZ plus A times GA and plus R times GR is indeed equal to the commitment CA that encodes the amount blinded. Then a third relation that I won't get into because it involves the MAC, and we don't talk about the MAC. The proof's knowledge of T such that it opens to the MAC. So that the mint receives all of these masked commitments and the proof, and recomputes that by keying, so just applying the key to the commitments, and then subtracting those commitments with the key applied from CV, which is the masked. Again, this is the masked MAC. Then it verifies the proof sent by the client using Z, CA, and CV, and the other randomized commitments as public inputs. And then if okay, just if the verification succeeds, accept. So now, you might have noticed that there is a slight problem with issuance, and it is. Anyone can tell me what it is? No. So a client can't just go to the mint and ask, okay, can you sign this commitment for a known amount? I promise you it's not too much, pretty please. So the amount is hidden, so it's difficult for the mint to sign that. How to solve this? We can combine the credential issuance, so the outputs. We can combine credential issuance and the presentation into a single request, where the credential issuance, then with the when you get inputs which are previously signed notes and outputs that are commitments yet to be signed. And then prove that those inputs and outputs balance out to 0. So to create this balance proof, we can do it in the standard way with the Sigma protocol, which we've seen before. The client just proves the knowledge of R, blending factor for the inputs and for the input, and then R prime, the blending term for the output, such that you have this relation. So the mask commitment for the masked input commitment minus the R times GZ minus the input attribute to sign minus this delta from between the blending factor for the input and the blending factor for the output is equal to exactly 0. Okay, yeah. So we can generalize this to prove any difference between inputs and outputs, even when they are not exactly 0. In this case, delta A is, which is the difference between the inputs and output, is passed an additional input to the transaction, and then the relation becomes the one from before, but instead of being 0, being equal to 0 is equal to delta A times GA. So if every transaction requires inputs and outputs, then how do we get some initial inputs for transactions? So this is where bootstrapping comes in play. We can establish a special kind of request where we can ask the mint to sign some outputs without any value, outputs that encode 0. So MA times MA is equal to 0 times GA plus R times GR, even though we don't provide any inputs. So we need to show the mint that we are not cheating. We need to show the mint that this input, this attribute indeed encodes 0. And once again, we need a proof, which we'll name the bootstrap proof. So namely, the client needs to prove knowledge of R such that R times J plus 0 times GA is equal, R times GR plus 0 times GA is equal to MA. So now, why did we use a range proof? Why did we bother with giving a range proof in for the outputs? So it seems like proving the balance between inputs and outputs would be enough, maybe, and actually it isn't. So remember that we are working on a group for the P. So if the range of the commitments is unchecked, a malicious client could provide outputs that just wrap around, like summed to the inputs, just wrap around modulo P. So for example, you get an input's worth 10, an output's worth minus 10, and then E minus O is equal to 0 mod P, and but also O is equal to minus 10, and is equal to P minus 10 mod P, which is a huge number. If P is the order of the SecP 256 K1 curve, for example. So now clients only need to prove the range of the outputs and not the inputs. And this is because we have some guarantees from prior knowledge. We know that inputs to a request must have been outputs to a previous request, so that's one of the following applies. So either the inputs were proven to be within range with a range proof, or the inputs were proven to encode 0 with a bootstrap proof. So we just know that they are in range. So now tying up some loose ends for privacy, send and receive patterns. So it's still possible for a mint to infer some information based on the number of inputs and outputs of a transaction. For example, a send pattern, you have a balance, you have a coin that encodes your balance, for example, 1337, and then you want to send 19 sets. So you split it and you get one coin that encodes 1318 to keep for yourself, and then an output with 19 that you want to send someone. And then you got the receive pattern. When you receive, you get your in balance, your previous balance, which is 1318, and then someone sent you some cache node for encoding 19. You want to receive that, so you want to merge this into one balance. So you get two inputs and one output, and the mint can distinguish from receive patterns and send patterns. So how do we fix this? We add some decoys to the inputs and outputs. We just add so we add decoys and we force every transactions to have a specific number of inputs and outputs. Example, we say with decoy input, we just add a decoy input encoding 0. Remember that this can be you can get nodes signed like nodes encoding 0 signed from the mint for free because you've proven with the bootstrap proof that they encode 0, so you get this for free, and you can pass them as inputs later as decoys. So now receive with decoy output, you can just create an attribute that encodes 0. Then you prove that is in range with a range proof, and you use this as an output in that transaction. So now the mint is no longer able to distinguish between send and receive patterns. So here's to recap some the benefits of using KVAC for the new scheme. Better state management. Clients could potentially only keep track on one node, so constant size wallets. Then you get improved privacy, mint no longer able to see the amounts. And then you get a second privacy benefits, which is that mint no longer able to see the number of inputs and outputs of a transaction. Now, so implementations, I've started working on this some time ago. Cashew KVAC is my implementation of the cryptography behind the scheme. And this would like to be a black box for KVAC operation in Cashew, so mints and clients can use it without knowing the mathematical details. And this is an ancient and extremely out-of-date fork of CDK, the Cashew development kit, that uses Cashew KVAC to implement complete mint and the client interaction. And Cashew TS, which is a library for TypeScript built by Ege and Gamlev. And this is a fork that uses Cashew KVAC JavaScript bindings to build a client. So this is all from me. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Let's see. How do we have? Yeah. Awesome. Can I switch slides yet? Oh, no. Oh, okay. Oh, it's off. Perfect, I think. All right. All ready with the AV team? Awesome. Thank you guys for joining my talk today. My name is Kruw. I run the largest CoinJoin coordinator on Bitcoin. My InPub is up there on the screen in case you want to scan that and give me a follow on Nostr. So today I'm going to be talking about weaknesses in Bitcoin's on-chain activity or privacy solution to those weaknesses in CoinJoin transactions, and then some weaknesses in the CoinJoin process. So we're going to take this all the way back to the very beginning. In 2008, Satoshi Nakamoto dropped the white paper, and he has a whole section labeled privacy. He gives us some advice here. He tells us to always generate a new address for every transaction you receive. So this doesn't entirely give us full privacy, because we're going to use that address for 3 different purposes. We receive coins to the address, we're going to hold the coins in the address, and we'll later spend out of it. So what this means is anyone who sends us money, or we send money to later, they can look at the blockchain and count and see how long we've held those coins for. They can calculate the profit and loss that we had during fiat fluctuations and potentially come after you for taxes or some sort of other scheme like that. So we have an additional leak that's established, is that anyone who sent us money to that address will be able to see the next address we send to when we spend the coins. And similarly, the recipient can see the address where we got the coins in the first place. So we have an input to output link, even in the best case scenario where we use an address only one time for only one payment. Now, this gets a little bit worse, because even if we went through the effort of generating a new address for every transaction we receive, we can only spend up to the full amount in that address. If we need to send more than we have in any single address, we have to combine inputs. So we've created an input to input link. Let's say we have Alice sending to Bob. Bob is not under the impression that he has 4 different people sending him money. He assumes Alice has 4 different addresses, all contained in the same wallet. So in addition to our input to output link, now we have the potential for multiple people who sent to us to find out about each other. And this problem also emerges on the output side if we have too much money in our address compared to how much we want to send. We don't want to waste the money. It has to be spent either to the miner, to the receiver, or back to yourself in a second change output. So if you're Charlie and you're receiving this transaction from Bob, you would be looking for a second output in this transaction that's paying you, and you would be able to recognize that these coins will eventually be spent by the same party who sent you coins. So we don't want to have to worry about any of this. We don't want to have to worry about how much we're spending, if we need to combine addresses, if we have to create a change output. We don't want to have to worry about where coins came from or where they're going next. And we don't want anyone to find out how long we've been holding our coins. They should be able to kind of disappear right when we send them or receive them, and then reappear right when we want to send them. Now, fortunately, we can accomplish all of this today, right now. And there's very little trade-offs that we have to make. You don't have to wait for an upgrade to Bitcoin. There's no consensus change required. You don't have to trust a third party with your coins or with your data, so you can't get rug pulled or exposed in some sort of data breach. And you don't have to worry about bridging in or out of a second layer. So there's no Bitcoin scripting involved, and you don't have to keep a bunch of pre-signed transactions safe in case you want to redeem your funds later. And this is what it looks like. Well, this is part of what it looks like, because a CoinJoin transaction can have hundreds of inputs and outputs. So we can't fit it all on one screen, but you can no longer tell if any 2 inputs were funded from the same wallet. You can't tell if any 2 outputs were created by the same entity. And you can't tell if any outputs, or which inputs funded any outputs. So Wabi Sabi is a third generation of protocol, CoinJoin protocols. It was implemented in 3 different wallets in Wasabi, BTC Pay Server's CoinJoin plugin, and with Trezor's CoinJoin account. However, the last 2 are discontinued, so we are now relying on Wasabi Wallet to construct these transactions. And instead of doing this in a peer-to-peer fashion, this becomes really complex and difficult to make a stable transaction. We use a coordinator node to manage the communications between all the peers. So in order to find each other, coordinators announce their connection information on Nostr, and then clients will look up on Nostr to find a coordinator that has parameters that they prefer, and then connect to it. So the server has a job, and it's to create CoinJoin rounds. And a CoinJoin round is just an attempt to build a CoinJoin transaction. And this is split up into 3 different phases, and they have to occur one after the other. You can't start a later phase before the first one is finished. So clients register inputs, outputs, and then sign the final transaction. And we're going to take some precautions in order to make sure that all these addresses that we're putting in this transaction can't be linked to one another by the coordinator or by their participants. So instead of performing all our actions at the same time, let's say that the input registration period is 1 hour. If we have 5 inputs and we start CoinJoining at minute 12, it would be kind of foolish to submit all 5 of those inputs right at minute 12 and assume that they're not going to be linked together. So instead, we'll submit one input at minute 12, another one at minute 23, another one at minute 30, and then another one at 45, and another one at 50. So by staggering these registrations, we can't perform a timing analysis to link these coins together. Furthermore, and this all happens automatically under the hood, so users don't have to open up any applications and manage connections, but every single input and output registration uses a brand new Tor IP address. So that way the coordinator can't just look under the hood and see, okay, who's talking to me, and are they saying similar things? And lastly, as we just saw in the previous talk, which went into great detail about how the construction of these key verified anonymous credentials is performed. And this prevents inputs from being linked to outputs. So when the coordinator sees an output registration, they can verify that some input is funding it, but they don't know which one. So here's where the weaknesses come in. Well, we mentioned the server, and servers aren't always stable and online. So there's a couple different cases here. Maybe the coordinator is malicious and they want to turn off halfway, or maybe they're under a DOS attack and they don't mean to, or maybe there's just not that many participants trying at once. They don't have enough liquidity to create a CoinJoin. So, like I said, when clients register these inputs throughout this time period, they're doing it with the assumption that there will eventually be a completed CoinJoin transaction. If a CoinJoin transaction never occurs, then you have this metadata leak to where you've partially spent your coins. You've indicated that they would be spent, but you never got the chance to do it. So if the server goes offline, well, you have some off-chain data that potentially gives more clues to which of your coins would be linked together. So there's, I don't know, like 100 million unspent UTXOs. Just glancing at them, you can't tell if any two belong to the same user. But when you reduce this to, say, 300 UTXOs in a CoinJoin round, you have a much better chance of guessing that any two coins belong to the same wallet. So this also occurs in case so we have the server has the potential to go offline, but you also have the chance that the clients will go offline. So what happens if your internet goes out at your apartment after you've already registered these 5 inputs randomly throughout this input registration period? They're all going to disconnect at the same time. So even though you went through this effort of placing them at staggered time periods, they're all going to get unplaced simultaneously. So the next part of the coordinator's job is to ensure that the transaction is fully signed. So the a CoinJoin or any Bitcoin transaction is not valid unless it has a valid signature from every single input. So all we need is one input out of a huge transaction to not sign for the entire thing to be invalid. And everyone's wasted their time connecting and submitting all these inputs for a transaction that will never get confirmed. So the coordinator's job is to kick out people who don't sign, and then keep a blacklist, basically, of inputs that didn't sign. You can give them another chance after a while. But if you fail to sign again, then your UTXO's reputation continues to decrease. So there's several different reputation metrics we use. So repeat offenders have a worse reputation, and also small value inputs have a worse reputation, because if you want to disrupt a CoinJoin round, you can do this with any size coin. So it's much easier to, if you have 1 Bitcoin, you could split that up into a bunch of smaller pieces and continue to disrupt rounds over and over. But if you just have 1 UTXO for 1 Bitcoin, it's unlikely that you're purposely trying to disrupt the round, because you could do it much more efficiently if you split it. And then finally, even after we've constructed the transaction, we're not fully safe from attackers until it gets confirmed on chain. So the mempool is the PvP area of Bitcoin. You could have any of the inputs to the transaction, pay a huge fee, and then double spend and cancel what everyone just put together. So this is very obviously a malicious attacker. You wouldn't really do this by accident. So these descendants of the double spending replacement are harshly punished. So all that builds up to the scaling CoinJoins, right? Optimizing them. Like, how many participants do we want in each transaction? So ideally, you put as many participants as possible in, because to spend a coin, you're going to pay the same mining fee no matter how many how many other participants are in the transaction. So if you do a CoinJoin with 5 participants versus a CoinJoin with 100 participants, you gain 20 times as much privacy, but your cost is still the same. You don't get a 20x cost increase. And so the size of the CoinJoin round is, on the left column there, it shows there's a minimum of 100 inputs allowed for my coordinator and a maximum of 500. And the success rate sort of decreases about linearly depending on how many inputs you're trying to stuff in. So this is much easier to look at than an Excel chart. This shows that there is about a 60% chance to complete CoinJoins between 100 and 200 inputs. But by the time you get up to 400 to 500, you are under 20%. So let's go back to this slide for a second. Yeah. So here I have also the amount of inputs banned and the amount of inputs that are dropped in between CoinJoin rounds. Because when one CoinJoin round fails, you just reattempt. But you're not going to get every single participant into the reattempt. So we can calculate how many inputs we expect to lose over the course of these attempts. And so we see that there's this diminishing marginal return, that once we get CoinJoins of a certain size, they just fail too often and we lose too many participants. So you can't, so it's better off just to go ahead and settle for creating a smaller transaction and and just calling it a day. So what we see here is this large spike at the end of this graph. We will lose approximately 35 inputs for CoinJoin rounds between 400 and 450. But between 450 and 500, we're losing approximately 80 inputs. So in order to create a transaction with 50 more inputs, we actually need 95 more inputs to attempt that in order to achieve the final result of 50 additional ones, once we count in the success rate and the amount of inputs that drop out in between rounds. So there's a couple of myths about CoinJoins and Bitcoin privacy. Yes? Yes, so this, so you're asking, is this, where did this data come from, basically? And so I had AI write me a script that looked at the log file of my coordinator node. And and I measured, you know, how many inputs were in each round, how many dropped out of the following round, and then also the success rates for each bucket of, you know, 50 input size CoinJoins. So this is from 2 weeks worth of data from my coordinator node. It was a little over 1,200 CoinJoin rounds. So yes, very good question. Thank you. So some myths about Bitcoin privacy. Everyone should run a full node. It's a very great idea. However, you don't necessarily have to run a full node in order to gain full privacy. There's a pair of BIPs, BIP 157 and BIP 158, which are called compact block filter. It has nothing to do with mempool filters. It's client-side block filtering so that you can discover which blocks have your coins in them and specifically only download those blocks instead of downloading the entire blockchain. Additionally, another myth is that coordinators are like providing liquidity and have to like bootstrap CoinJoins. And that's not the case in Wabi Sabi. So technically in Join Market, the taker of the transaction is actually the coordinator, and they would be providing their own liquidity. But in Wabi Sabi, you can own 0 Satoshis, and you can coordinate participants who have their own funds. Furthermore, this one might be a little bit controversial, but I'm going to spread this disinformation anyway. But as coins are spent on the blockchain, more information is revealed. So like at this current moment, there are a bunch of addresses that are unspent, but a year from now they will be spent, and there's necessarily more information from a spent address than an unspent address. So with CoinJoins, many of the sibling outputs, other peers that you CoinJoin with, will end up remixing their coins in a future CoinJoin transaction. So the number of guesses that it would take to figure out who is who, I would say, is constantly increasing over time rather than decreasing as more and more CoinJoins hit the blockchain. So this isn't like a guarantee, but empirically this is how we see people behave. Something like 90% of CoinJoin volume remixes. And then another one is CoinJoins can't scale. So this is a little bit of a theoretical thing that we can actually turn a CoinJoin coordinator into a like host for a second layer. So during the output registration phase, instead of you claiming your own coins on chain, you transfer that claim to someone else, and they can register their own output address directly. Similarly, that person who you transfer the claim to can transfer that claim yet again to someone else. So you can perform, in theory, an infinite amount of transactions within any single CoinJoin round. However, this is probably not very practical, like to do this in real life, because it would require an immense amount of interactivity between every single participant in this chain of transactions. But it is a cool idea in theory. And what do you name it? Kashabi was once like eCash, Wabi Sabi. Okay, so we'll have to ask Super Testnet or something to come up with a crazy name for it. Yep. So each participant would verify that that the previous one was satisfied, and you would have this chain of communication that you have to send the message all the way forward, and then it would return all the way back. So, yep. I'm sorry? Nut join. Awesome. But anyways, this is what the mempool.space graphic looks like for a CoinJoin. And this fools you a little bit because it will only display up to 150 inputs and outputs. So you can have the current CoinJoin record is 493 inputs. So you can't even fit it all on a condensed graph there. So yeah, that's about it. In case we have any questions, we got about 5 minutes. 2 minutes, sorry. Or 2 questions.
In a world of watchful eyes, freedom is forged in the shadows. In Riga, builders gather to reclaim privacy and sovereignty. This is Bitcoin++ Privacy Edition. Join us at the frontier, August 7th to 8th, 2025.